Hello everyone, we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello everyone, a very good evening and thank you for joining the Product Leadership Festival 2020 Data Edition. Before we start our very first session of the Open Conference Day, allow me to introduce the host of the evening, Mr. Sai Satish Vedam. Sai is a senior faculty and an executive coach at Institute of Product Leadership. He was most recently the Director of Product Management at Oracle. Welcome Sai, it's lovely to have you today.
Thank you, Sonal. Good evening, all of you, and welcome to the fifth and final day of Product Leadership Festival on Data Edition. Before we get started today on the exciting topics that we have, I'd like to give a brief introduction about the festival itself and the organization that is hosting it. Institute of Product Leadership is the organization that is hosting the Product Leadership Festival. IPL, for those of you who don't know, started in 2012 in India with a singular mission of creating 10,000 product leaders in this country. And the Institute works with various organizations, universities, and corporates and designs and delivers these programs to senior working professionals in this country who, helping them transition and transform their careers into product leadership roles. As part of this activity, an annual conference, is held by IPL, usually in a large hotel setting where we bring in senior executives, industry leaders across the country to share actionable insights. But given the current circumstances around the pandemic, the whole conference moved virtual, right? And given the overwhelming response of participants and speakers, this now is being held in 3 editions: product, data, and design. So the theme of the festival is career insights in product, data, and design. The product festival just got completed about 2 weeks ago, and today is the final day of the data edition. And the design edition will be held in the second week of June. So as in the last 6.5, 7 years, IPL has nurtured and built a community of product leaders, aspiring product leaders, and now, of course, data and design leaders as well, right? Today is, to me, is a very special day of the conference, because today is when we have open conference. Open conference is where speakers from the community talk on topics that have been voted by the community themselves, right? So this is like an unconferencing approach that we have taken. The speakers have nominated their topics, and people have gone and voted, and the top three around data topics have been shortlisted today. So they will be talking on those, presenting on those topics shortly. But before that, we have a very exciting panel. And to introduce that panel, I would like to invite Mutturaj Tangavel. He is a product leader in Intuit. Hey, Muthu, if you can
Hello, sir.
wave, and we can see all of you. Good to see you. Muthu is a product leader in Intuit. He was a product manager before in SAP and is moved into product leadership roles. I'm also proud to say that he is an alumni of IPL. He completed his executive MBA program and moved into leadership roles. Muthu, over to you to introduce the panel today. And I just want to acknowledge here Sai Kumar. Thanks for joining from the US. It's pretty early, I know. It's what, 3 a.m., I suppose, 4 a.m., right? Appreciate you doing this. Muthu, take it away. And thank you all for joining and being part of this discussion.
Sir, thank you, Sai. Let me share my screen in here.
Okay. So you want to go ahead.
Hey, thank you. The first panel that we have is onto the data science manager, how we did it panel, the all about transition we are going to speak about, and we have some exciting speakers with us today already. What are we going in for? So I mean, data is said to be the new oil, right? And data science jobs have been touted to be the sexiest of the 21st century, apparently. Today I have with me top data science managers from reputed organizations discussing on their personal journeys, do's and don'ts, importance of upskilling with right people, let's say like practitioners and right place, and importance of domain knowledge, and a lot of things around that theme we'll be discussing about. So first up, I have with me Rahul Mathur. Hi, Rahul. Rahul is a data science manager at Newstar. He has about 13 years of experience, last 5 years dedicatedly in data science. He has a team of about 14 people, and they are using data in one of the most interesting area, the security and identity aspects. So he's also a freelancer in creating ML content for Jigsaw Academy, and he does some wildlife photography as well. And the second speaker I have with me, Subarna. He's a data science manager at Publicis Sapient. Hi, Subarna. He's part of their organization's core data science team. There are about 7 reportees to him, and prior to this, he was also in Sigma in analytics role. He holds a master degree as well in this area, and he does a lot of technical writing and blogging. He contributes a lot to the open source community as well. Looking forward to speaking to you, Subarna. And next up, I have Sai. Thanks again, Sai, for joining from US. Sai is a data science manager at Adobe US. So he's an ML leader and researcher, passionate about leveraging data into the product and intelligence systems. And he's also an IIT Kanpur alumni. And prior to Adobe, he was with PayPal. He's also a Springboard mentor, and he has several patents as well. Looking forward to speaking to you, Sai. Okay, so let's get into the topic. The first thing that I want to speak about is that, I mean, data science, when it had its entry across the world, it created a lot of buzz. initially it was primarily about data science engineering teams, the engineering roles that came into picture, the data scientists that came in, and now there's suddenly a lot of data science managers, and we are seeing the necessity for the management roles in the data science, right? So that's where I want to start from. What is your view on a data science manager? Who is a data science manager, and how does a day in life look like, and his role composition looks like? I want to start this with Rahul.
Hey, thanks, Mujuraj. Hi, everyone. So this is Rahul. So towards your question around how does the data science manager on a day-to-day basis, as well as what the role entails, it's a still quite evolving role, and it's still new to a lot of the complete industry overall. We do involve in a lot of brainstorming sessions towards some of the use cases that we have got towards modeling building. Data science manager also requires to sort of collaborate across teams, right? So we would probably engage with the product guys in trying to identify what exactly are the needs on which some of the use cases have been defined. We also interact with marketing teams on identifying the differentiator in the markets towards which some of the products are going to be built upon and model efforts are going to be taken in, as well as we collaborate with the engineering teams. So overall, the entire data pipeline cannot work in silo. We work with various teams to ensure that the data is available to us. We do a lot of crunching, we do transformations, do feature engineering modeling efforts, and then effectively sort of ship it out to the engineering teams where they would probably do roll out those models in the production itself, right? On a day-to-day basis, the day varies a lot. However, the data science does not move really in a stereotypical fashion, probably as engineering would have been. A lot of days we would basically do a lot of brainstorming on the work that we want to go ahead with. There could be a lot of diversions that we could see in terms of a pre-planned approach towards a model building, and there could be different ideas that can be floating around. As a manager, sometimes you have to take a veto on which ones are the most relevant, where you could go ahead and probably make those decisions as well. And at the same time, look from a collective thought process and move forward towards achieving the overall model building use case.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you, Rahul. Sai, would you like to add on?
Sure. As Rahul already covered most of the things that happens in the day-to-day life of a data science manager. Apart from that, the role of the manager also involves identifying the main value that can be derived and the low-hanging fruit in the business, and that can be solved quickly using data science, and then involve the cross-functional teams to get the data and then build the models and then present it to the business teams to see whether it can be deployed. And then also think about the technological challenges while deploying, and also if it's possible and if it will affect the business to implement the insights that the data science team provides. So all of this comes with both domain knowledge, learning, knowing more and more about the business, and also knowing what will help the business in the short term and the long term.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So moving on, so basically, we saw that actually gave us a good idea of how a data science manager role looks like, right? So now, when you actually transitioned into a data science management role, what additional skills were required prior to your data engineering roles that you were holding, and when you had to move up to the data management roles, what additional skills that were required, and is there some technical skills that is now no more relevant? For example, maybe there is no hands-on that is required anymore, or is still hands-on also a good part of your role composition? How do you see this, the role going forward? So, but now, would you like to take on?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. When I transitioned from the data science developer to a data science manager, I think I did see a lot of change, because now my role involves a lot of client facing roles. So I need to discuss all the things that Rahul and Sai discussed in the previous section. So I kind of have to do that with the client almost every day. So which was probably not to that extent when I was a developer. So that is one thing which has definitely increased. And when that thing has increased, it also involved a lot of additional skills which I which I wanted, I needed. So some of that is, for example, how do you present yourself to the client, and then what sort of how do you present the work of the team to the client. And it's even the rough pages, right? So there's a way of showcasing the things to the client, and all of this, I think, which is some these skills and these things were added. um, while in the subtraction part, I think I don't do as much coding as I used to do before, especially in terms of the work. I mean, I do try to spend some time in doing coding, but not specifically. Now I have a team which is dedicatedly helping me in solving those problems. So it is somewhat like I'm kind of creating this solution, and I have a team which is kind of uh, we as a team are trying to solve the whole thing. So that is one thing I have observed.
Okay, thank you. How do you see this, Rahul?
Right. I think Subarna touched upon critical points over there. One thing which you would feel different when you actually move into a manager role is probably you are now handling 2 to 3 different model building development activities. It's not just one model building development effort that you're a part of. And you probably now at a 10,000 feet view where you need to make decisions at a 500 feet view, but by gaining information from your team, what you're getting at, as well as there are certain, again, stakeholder management that is required. You need to ensure that you are able to explain some of the decisions that you have taken in the model building process, as well as some of the results that come out of the model building process to the stakeholders in as lucid and as clear terms as possible. It's not always easy because a lot of tasks that we do in the modeling effort is quite obscure overall, and to make it as explainable as possible to the stakeholders so that they can get the confidence on the model's performance, they can get the confidence towards the overall data pipeline and the decisions that is making is also quite relevant. And with that also brings about a lot of thought leadership as well, right? You try to look over experimental ideas towards enhancing the solutions, you keep the overall goals in mind, and you take the best approaches and make those decisions on the way as you move along.
Okay. Yeah. And Sai, your transition is even more interesting, coming over from the software side of things, the software engineering aspects into the data science. How did that go? Would you like to share some key insights here?
Sure. So I was working on mostly tracking the web analytics in PayPal as a software engineer, and then I got the opportunity to transition to machine learning engineering at Adobe. Having an undergraduate in maths and stats definitely helped to pick up the topics, and also doing a lot of Kaggle competitions and reading up on the books and trying out as many models as possible. And during the 2013 and 14, the machine learning is getting more and more popular because of the use cases it was able to solve, and the deep learning has just started gaining traction because of all the advancements it has seen. So I saw it as a good opportunity to get into the field, and so far it has been great. So I would advise anyone moving such transition to just pick up a good course, or try doing some projects in the machine learning and see how much improvement you are being able to do for the objective, and then you can pick up some good projects in your future jobs.
Perfect. That's actually a very good segue into a lot of participants, what they are looking forward to. So what are the upskilling that is required in this area? So what are some of the top skills, and to gain those skills, what are some of the upskilling that is required in this area, Subarna?
Yeah, thank you. So some of the upskilling which is definitely required is being being a learner itself. Like it's a never-ending process, especially in data science. As we all know, that data science field is not exactly where IT is. If you look at, right, so it is kind of evolving role. And as Rahul also mentioned that a lot of companies, they are still trying to define what their managers will do, or what their data science specialist will do, an expert will do, and all of that, right? So it kind of varies, that the role is kind of is still evolving. So with this evolution, I think it is very necessary to kind of keep yourself savvy. What do I mean by that is, I'm sure if anyone who wants to jump into this data science field, they will start learning about different algorithms. They will probably start learning Python, which it's the most popular language anyways, right? They will also start about, when especially in terms of algorithm, they will start learning about linear regression, right, and all of that. But one thing which they have to keep an open mind is that the whole system is evolving, right? So what that means is that every day there is some new algorithm that is coming up, and if we don't know that, then we will also not be able to tell that to the client, or whatever solution we are trying to solve, right? So it is very necessary that as and when you are learning things, you not only you look back, you also look forward, right? So you see that what are the algorithms which were pretty popular, which you should learn, which you definitely should learn. And at the same time, you should also read out, there are so many websites which you can read papers on. You can see specific use cases, how the companies are trying to solve it, you know and I think everyone will agree with me that in data science, there's, for any sort of problem, there's not one solution, right? So it's like an open field, anyone can come up with their own solution. So maybe when you read all of these use cases, try to formulate your viewpoints, right? If you would try to solve it, then how will you do it, right? And while doing so, you will realize that you will probably need this kind of tool, which is maybe deep learning, right? So you need to have that expertise to solve the problem using deep learning, or you might want to solve it using machine learning, which is the traditional methods people are using, right? So all of this, you need to keep an open mind, and with that, I think you should move forward learning about data science.
Okay, Rahul, would you like to add on to the skills and the upskilling that is required?
Right. I think Subarna very well captured most of the points. A couple of things that I would probably say from the time that sort of the transition, at least for me, happened about 4 to 5 years ago to now. The overall processes have matured a lot. So similarly, in most of the organizations now are probably 2 to 3 years minimum old with their data science capabilities. And so they are also specializing in the areas. They know what they are looking for in a data scientist when they are onboarding of the team. I would probably recommend anybody who is now trying to make their way into a data science to also sort of specialize themselves in one of the key aspects. So it can be towards computer vision, it can be towards natural language processing, it can be towards imbalancing techniques, or a lot of other use cases that are probably prevalent out there. And try and dig deep and specialize your area in one aspect, and then try and pick up a domain on which those particular techniques are applied more. And then you are probably a better fit to that organization as well when you're trying to sort of apply and trying to actually look at. The other great way, which I always believe is organically trying to move within your organization towards the opportunities which are towards the data science side, because your career transition journey is also going to be reflective on how a firm is transitioning towards the data science side. And if your firm is on the verge of making that transition, or they are already in that transition, then you probably have a good, sort of exposure over there, and a good place right now to move within the organization and make those movements.
Okay, okay. That's an interesting viewpoint. So now, Sai, a question to you. So basically, I hear from Subarna and Rahul, when we talk about the skills, there is two sets of things emerging, right? So one is the maths and the statistical concepts itself, and the other is the tools and the technology that is around it. But while how do you see the upskilling between these two areas? Because the whole technology area is keep evolving. So, for example, Subarna did claim that Python is the language as of today, right? So, and that's the case as well. It is the most powerful language. A tool that is out there, but tomorrow Python and R could also be replaced by another tool. So the technology area is evolving. So how do you categorize these skills, and where should the newcomers into data science area, where should they prioritize their learning?
Sure. So, the data science can be broadly categorized into two parts, where one is involving definitely the statistical and the analysis and the math part. And the second part could be the software and the deployment, which is more under the machine learning. And the second one is just the data analysis and the SQL part, which is more towards the business analyst part. So different companies have data science managers under one of these roles, where sometimes the software is the core competency along with the math and stat part, or sometimes the SQL and the business and the data analysis is the core competency, and sometimes a mix of the both. So depending on what's the your next role is looking for, you would want to learn on one of these skills. And but I would say, yeah. I mean, I don't see Python and R would still be the major tools for machine learning, at least for prototyping and quick demos and everything. In the near future, maybe for deploying, people might go to a bigger ones like C++ or Scala or Java or anything. But even the advanced TensorFlow is written in Python, so because it's becoming the next go-to language for all the machine learning frameworks. So I would strongly advise to get familiar with Python, at least for the industry in the next few years. It's still going to be there.
Okay, perfect. Yep. Thank you for that. So how do you? I mean, these are still the different skills that we talked about. Now there is also a domain element to all of this. Because in each of the organizations, they are looking to apply data for a specific domain, for a specific industry, and there look to be a lot of differences between each of these industries and domain. So how much of importance the organizations are giving to domain knowledge when they are hiring a data science leader, and how do you see that?
Uh, so when we first join a team, then definitely we need some information about the domain and how the business works and what's the data available. Like some difficult problems need certain amounts of data, and the data scientist or the data scientist manager should generally first find out what are the different amount of data that is already available and what could be even gathered from different data sources. Once he gets to know that, then he will be able to know what kind of problems could be solved with the data available. And this definitely involves talking to different business teams and understanding what are their pain points and how they are currently trying to solve it, and how data scientists can use the data to or leverage data along with the domain knowledge to answer their problems, and that too in a much more realistic way. And at the end of the day, those solutions should also be able to be deployed in the real world, and the company should see a value and not just end up in the prototype or to the presentation phase.
Okay. Okay. Subarna, to you, to continue from here. So basically, let's say if I'm getting into the data science role, so the two segments that we talked about, let's say first to get upskilled on the maths and statistics side, and the tool side. Now that for the domain piece, Can I say the newcomers into the data science area, can they rely on the subject matter experts by speaking to the business and stakeholders? Can they get this piece covered, or do you see a need that they should also be significantly aware about that specific domain?
Right. So I think, we have to also look at from this perspective where exactly this person wants to get into this data science field. I mean, if he wants to get into the field, I think it would be most likely an entry level job, right? Which is maybe associate data scientist, right? Or a junior data scientist. While having, as I said, when you join, as much as your skill is supposed to be, in terms of coding, in terms of the domain itself, data science, like the different algorithms and itself. But you also need to at least understand some of the jargons regarding that field, right? So I think it is very essential for, especially when you are joining a company, you should do some research on that company, that what sort of, what sort of clients they are catering to, or what sort of domain that company is operating, right? Because what happens, and this especially I also struggled a lot when I joined Fidelity, is because Fidelity is a typical financial company, right? And that time I did not have enough resources to read about data science in finance. It was quite old, right? But now what I'm trying to say is, now there are so many resources, so many case studies. People are writing blogs almost every day. There are sites like medium.com. People are sharing their experiences, the use cases they have done in finance and all of that, right? So my only suggestion, and I think it is the first and foremost suggestion for people who wants to get into this field, is you need to, there are it's a three-dimension problem. It's not only algorithms, it's not only programming, but the domain and the having the overview of what exactly these terms mean, especially connecting to when you are connecting to a domain to a data science field. Then how do you connect it? That information you should also have, and it is equally important, right? So yeah, so those are my thoughts in this area.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So if I get it right, so a person can come in, and then he can by speaking to the subject matter experts, by working in that area, going through the jargons, he can still upskill himself into the domain itself, right?
Well, yeah, yes, he can to some extent, but having those kind of knowledges beforehand also helps, especially when you are competing with other people, and you are expecting that when other people have already some idea about about these terms and everything. Especially I will say there are domains like pharma, domains like retail, and finance. So they have their specific set of jargons, the words that they use on a day-to-day basis. And I think when when you explore these kind of case studies, which is already readily available online, then you will kind of get an idea what does those mean, and that will definitely help you when you get into a job. So when you get into a job, and then when you are speaking to SME, you already will have some idea about what the SME is speaking about, because that can also be a challenging, because when a SME is talking to you, he would also imagine that probably this much you should already know, right? So having that base always helps.
Perfect, perfect. So Rahul, to you here. So basically, you and your team has been working on data science with the security and the identity area, right? So now, if you had been hiring, and let's say there's a person who is coming in with amazing data science skills, he has the required data knowledge, the data thinking, and the tools that is required, but he has no idea about the security identity area. Would you still consider him? What would be your viewpoints there?
Yeah, so I think again, as the guys have already mentioned, now data science has now spread out to various domains. It's probably, I mean, every firm to an extent specializes in some of the domains, unless and until it is catering to various clients of, let's say, a retail, a risk, security, and all the others. So it probably is not feasible for everyone to have that expertise in it. what we typically look for is the kind of techniques that probably we have used from a data science side. Have an individual worked on those particular aspects or not, right? For instance, let's say if you're talking about retail, you probably have recommendation systems or market basket analysis as the benchmark over which somebody should have an experience for anyone to get really interested about this CVs and sort of shortlist them as well. Similarly, working in security or working in risk side where I've been mostly involved in, we look for dealing with class imbalances problems in the data sets, trying to identify explainability a lot in the problems that we are solving it as well. Also, security side requires working with a lot of logs data. So you would probably have time series problem, which if you have an experience in the past of you or you've done projects in which you have basically your own interest in, then that definitely helps. So not necessarily a domain specific knowledge. We expect that to be given to you over your training period overall, but definitely working on techniques and tools which are very relevant to those domains. If you have an experience on those aspects, that definitely helps and counts.
Similar and relevant methods and the areas that they have worked on would be helping. Okay, okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. Extending on there, as we started about the hiring aspects, Subarna, do you see any typical mistakes or any typical issues that when the candidates are applying for the role, for the data science role, are they doing something that could be potentially could have been easily avoided? Do you see it repeatedly happening, any of this?
Yeah, so honestly, the what I'm going to say, it has improved. It wasn't the same case earlier, but I think what our typical mistake which a lot of people who try to get into this field, especially from some other field, is they try to showcase something which they have done, but they have not done that before, right? So that is something you should avoid unless and until you have actually done it. You have spent time in solving a use case, then only you should put that in your CV, right? So I think a lot of people try to if for example recommendation system, they will probably read a couple of articles on recommendation system, and without even actually doing it, they'll come and put that in their CV. That could be your biggest mistake, especially if you are going to interview with someone who has been in this field for like so many years. It is very easily detectable,
An
right?
expert can easily dig that out, right?
Very, very easy.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
yeah.
correct. So I think you should definitely avoid that, and be honest, be loyal to yourself. If you have gone through, even if you have studied enough, and if you have explored all of these algorithms, you have read about these things, mentioning that can also help you, rather than putting something which you have not done, right? So that will be my 16-cent advice to everyone.
Okay. Okay, cool. So Rahul, actually for those who are transitioning into this area, right? So, and now because earlier there was a time that, it was probably a slightly easier because there was a lot of demand, but the supply was lesser, right? So as long as you had that passion, a lot of people were able to transition. But now that the supply side has also increased and there is a steady pool of students coming up and applying for these roles, extending from what Subarna said, they cannot actually also create something and so that, this is what they cannot fakely claim that this is what I have. But at the same time, they have to show something, but they don't have a previous role where they have done these projects. So they have to create some portfolios here. So what are some of the ways how a newcomer in this area can create a portfolio for himself?
Right. It's actually a very relevant problem, right? Because everybody says, where do we get that experience from that you're looking for us to be considered in the firm that you are? So I think there are, as I think Sai touched upon, there are a lot of open source based projects. There are a lot of competitions which are very relevant and that test your skills thoroughly in the areas that you have done. Whether it's Kaggle or in India, there are plenty of sites that actually provide us with those. Try your experience over there. If you're trying to solve a problem and you are thorough and deep in it, it will show in the approach that you have taken. It will show in the CV that you build upon it. And also look over from a lot of research papers. now in the firms, we try and study research papers and we try and implement them as part of our innovative solutions in the problem stack. If you have gone ahead and done something like that, it's good. A lot of people think that probably doing certifications or probably just having some sort of a data science based degree over there is going to solve problem. That shows intent, that shows that you are interested in the field. That does not nearly necessarily translate into knowledge that you probably are having. And those sort of knowledge you gain by trying out different modeling solutions yourselves, trying and deep diving on those solutions as well, because it will show how well have you actually thought over a problem statement as well. Do not fake it. It's very easy. Somebody who's probably a new to it and has gone and has all the possibly jargons in the CV, it's very clearly visible, right? People are preparing their CVs to be captured by the bots, but eventually it's a human being who's going to sort of interview at the end of it. So it will be captured somewhere over there. So as Suvarna also mentioned, be honest with your CV and try and solve problems and be thorough in it. So I think those things definitely help and are always appreciated by us when we are hiring teams.
Perfect. So your take on these things, Soy. So how can someone create a portfolio? And you have been also a speaker in many conferences and events, right? And there are many events also which is on the lines of where you can create, submit your open challenges, etc. So how much of these are recognized by the organizations, and what are some of the ways how someone can create a portfolio?
Sure. So Rahul already covered like for the people who are entering the data science field for the first time, reading up by reading the books or online courses is definitely helpful. But at the end, having the practical experience matters. So doing pick up some data either from different data sources or online data available, or even the Kaggle has a lot of data sources that they can pick up and do different analysis, and they can put it on their GitHub and publish it, and they can also put it on their resume. Similarly, there are many Kaggle competitions and there are forums where people discuss a lot, and participating in those forums and then contributing and then submitting their own results will also improve their learning curve, and they can definitely add it on the resume, like how top coders or HackerRank used to be for software engineering. Kaggle is for machine learning, etc. And on the other end of the spectrum, if you are aiming for a more ML heavy role, then it's required that you have either publications in top machine learning conferences like KDD. And again, depending on the domain that you are entering, if it's computer vision, then you need to have research papers in the computer vision conferences, and similarly the NLP or general machine learning and similar.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So now that we have heard Kaggle a few times already, and that's a very important aspect for for all those who are newcomers in here to go and visit that as well. Let me take a question from Kaggle itself. In a recent survey from Kaggle on data science issues that the teams have been facing, one of the top 3 issue is actually the stakeholder management and the business buy-in for the solutions that the data teams are building, right? So how do you see these, Rahul? So let's say if your team is building something, and do you have issues in getting business buy-in, or are you starting the other way around? From the business there is a request, and hence you are always in safe hands. How do you see that whole chemistry between the business and the data science teams, and why do you think that this has been a top industry problem?
Right. So I'll probably tell from my experience in the product firms that we have been part of. So typically, there is always a problem statement that is being tried to solve, right? And we look at the market differentiators probably with that we can bring about from an overall data perspective. So at the senior executive level, there's always a thought process that we should look at building such solutions that will give us that sort of edge, or that will bring us probably at parity with the market overall. However, on conceptualizing those solutions and probably sort of showcasing those solutions, it is a challenge, because traditionally data-driven based decisions has not been part of a firm's DNA. It has recently come into place as well. And based upon that, we have now started making more and more decisions as we go along that. So from taking any sort of thought process that we have towards model building and trying to put across those models with the performances that are being showcased upon, it becomes a lot of, and it becomes a data science manager's basically responsibility as well to ensure that it's explained to the stakeholders in the most easiest format way, so that they can see where we have taken the signals and the core decision power towards the model, and explain why it would be fruitful under various scenarios and how it will basically be a good leverage to the product and eventually to the clients overall. So that responsibility is something that has to be done a lot. I think as a part of data science team, a lot of documentation, a lot of presentation, and in a very innovative manner, because you're talking of complex solutions over here that can be explained in as simple way as possible, and so that it captures and it strikes a chord with the upper senior management as well, so that they can take it eventually and take decisions based upon those solutions.
Perfect. Perfect. So Subarna, to you here. So basically, even in my experience, when I've been seeing that some of the data scientists are like, they're perfect techies and geeks, right? So they can actually solve. They know their data really well. They have actually a very great idea. But when it comes to conveying that value proposition and making sure that the business understands why they should invest in that area, they're typically seeming to be lacking, right? So what do you think is missing here? Should they also be having storytelling as an essential skill for them? What are some of the things that you would advise here?
Right. So I would like to address this in two ways, right? So it is, you have to understand that, again, I'm going to connect to the previous thing which I said, is that this field is evolving, right? So when it is evolving, it is also evolving from a business perspective. So the people who are in the business side, who we call stakeholders, and who are, handling all the business decisions and everything, they are also not learned enough about data science. So they probably don't have enough idea about how these things work. So even if you tell them that I built a forecasting system which will give you this forecast and everything, so to them it will still sound like a magic, right? So how exactly it is supposed to be addressed is, the business should also invest in educating their own business people to give them learnings about data science. This is very crucial because I'm also having this problem firsthand. So it is very, very necessary. On the other hand, I think that's the fourth dimension of learning which one should focus on. So programming, algorithms, use cases, and presentation, right? So the storyboarding is very, very necessary, right? It is very essential. Whenever you are trying to do something with the data, you have to make a lot of decisions to think about how will I present this, right? I think when you touched upon this geek part, right? So one of the things people don't consider when they are trying to tell their story about the data is they just put everything, right? So they want to tell everything that they found in the data. That is too much information for business, right? So you have to be cautious of the fact, cognizant of this fact, that it is, you want to show only what is super duper interesting, right? You don't want to tell everything. And that is one typical mistake people do, I have noticed in the past, right? So focus on the things that you want to present, and focus on the things what the audience want to listen, right? And another crucial factor that you want to consider here is to whom you are presenting, right? Because to a C-level person, he probably doesn't even have to go through more than one slide, right? Not even more than one line. So how do you compress all of your findings to one line? That is also not an easy task, because you have so much of information with you. But what is the most relevant information to a C-level person is something which is difficult to figure out, and same goes for the other person. So know your audience and know how do you want to present yourself. So give a lot of time in thinking about how will you upskill yourself in these areas. There are a lot of courses on how to do storyboarding. There are some good books as well. I'll probably put post the names of those books in that
That will help.
LinkedIn.
Yes.
Yeah. So that will definitely give you an idea that how your thought process should be, right? How you should proceed with solving a data science problem, and how do you present your findings to a exec. Yeah.
Yeah, I can completely relate it to their, things like, when the data scientist actually tries to put all the different models, the sequence of models that they used, and the findings from each of these. When the real finding for the business is that the insight that has come out, when it becomes a overload of information with all the different model names and the jargons, business people sort of zooms out of the discussions, right? Yeah. So question to you here, Soy. So when you have to do such a presentation, what are some of the best practices that you are taking on? In addition to what Rahul and Subarna they have already covered a lot. Possibly there is, there is some specific tips and tricks that you have seen it working, and how you have been able to make your way with the business.
Sure. Subarna raised some good points. So the first I would like to say is definitely know your audience. So the level of details and the presentation differs a lot when you are presenting to the executives compared to the customers, compared to the team or the cross-functional team or your managers, etc. So if you are presenting to external customers, they're like pitching your marketing solutions, like the main focus should be on the value that is being derived from the models rather than explaining the models, because I mean the interpretability of the models helps rather than having it as a black box model, because most customers do not want to see their business decisions coming through a black box, especially when they want it to be data driven. So they prefer mostly the interpretable models where they see some of the features driving the business decisions. So having those crystal clearly laid out will definitely help. And if it's again if you are showing again to executives or customers, also show the value that they will achieve by following the insights that come out of these models, because just presenting the findings are not much of a help at the end. You should also let the customers know what they should do and how to use these uh, data science solutions so that they achieve value in their business. So doing that extra last mile is definitely helpful. And finally, just always have a story around what's the data that you used, and what are the assumptions behind the models, and are the results valid under all the scenarios, and under what situations can the results be applied, and what's the expected output if the customer uses this solutions. So all these things has to be presented, and depending on the audience they have.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I think we can, with that, a lot of great insights from you guys, and with that, let's now get into the live questions from the community. Uh, so I will take one of that question, and then I would request you, all three of you, to also answer back in the community in the LinkedIn post. That will help a lot of folks out in the community. And definitely, the links that you mentioned, the resources that you had mentioned during the conversation, all of that will be helping a lot for the community as well. So one question from the audience, from Sonal. So which data science tools are easy to learn considering its learning curves? So if consider a starter in this area, a fresh person, and where can they start it from? Rahul, do you want to take this? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think Python is the Bible right now that you should probably refer to when thinking about most of the data science based work. Even in the deep learning side now, as I mentioned, there is TensorFlow, which is Python written, or PyTorch, which is Python written. You can always start learning from Python if you're not aware of the language. Learn about the different machine learning libraries that are brought along with it. We use that to backtrack and look at going more deeper into the statistics side from a Python-based sort of learning over there. So you have scikit, you have different libraries that are present over there, which can basically be helpful. There are tons and tons of material now online and open source structured learning where you can find basic use cases and you can have those model building activities over there. You can always take that as a starting initial point and dwell deeper and deeper into as your interest builds over there. Try to go as thorough as possible. Look towards as much of the mathematical side, statistical side that you can. A lot of people tend to ignore that, which should not be, because remember that even though these libraries are encapsulating all the complex underlying linear algebra or all the other operations, you would require some time, those transformations while building models, you will require some time to actually apply those techniques in real time to actually gain some meaningful sort of optimizations or performances from these models. So I think way to go is Python. There is Google Colab now, which is there. There are a lot of open source competitions. We've already spoken a lot about them. Try your hands on that. Most of them are Pythonic based, and then they obviously support R as well. And yeah, take it from there, and slow by slow you will find your journey going on there.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Rahul. And one more question that we have up here is basically, let's say if you're evaluating a business case and you have to give a recommendation of, the tools to be used or the framework to be used in that case, what are some of the, the approach that you would take? What would be your approach to decide or to evaluate the tool or a service that is right for the given business case? Would you like to take up, Subarna?
Right. I think it is very, at the start of the use case only, you have to
Yes.
understand that what exactly, which phase that use case is in. What I mean by that there is POV, there is POC, there is a minimal viable product, and then you have a project rollout, right? So all of these phases, I think it is very necessary to consider which phase are you in, because for example, if you are in POC, right? So you just want to make sure that whatever your idea is, it is kind of giving some solution, right? It is a working idea. So for that, all you need to do is some exploration, maybe a small model which can give you some output, and you want to present your output that, boss, I have think about it, I've thought about it, this is my idea, and this is how the solution looks like, right? So in that, you don't need to consider much. You just run with Python a very small subset of the data which can get your job done, and you just move ahead. While when you are doing a MVP, right? So which is basically you are trying to build a minimal viable product. For example, in a website, you want to deploy a recommendation engine, right? So in that case, you might want to consider a lot of things when you're looking at what tools you want to use. You need to consider the fact that there can be an issue of scalability, there can be issue of robustness, there can be issues of portability, right? So all of these things, it's very, very necessary to consider them at the start of the project, because these are kind of the founding pillars of your use case, if you will, right? So if any of these things, if you make a wrong decision, then you might have to go back and start all over again, right? For example, if you know that you are going to work on a image vision case, right? For example, so images typically are stored in huge amounts of databases, right? So it's a big database, right? So for that, you might want to need a system which can easily process big amounts of data, the big data it can process, right? So in that case, maybe you want to explore Spark, and you want to see that if that whatever system you are using, that has a distributed computing capability or not, and things like this, right? So I think a lot of people who start with the use case, they probably don't think that much when they about the tools and all. They just say that, let's start with whatever we have. That can be a mistake in future. So yeah, these are my thoughts.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that. So the initial architecture, design decisions that the team is making is very important, considering, how the solution is going to come up in the future, right? Okay. So, but how in terms of if the requirement itself is evolving, let's say the solution is later on figuring out that there has also to be included an image processing. If the business requirement itself is evolving, would that often mean that the whole thing has to be redesigned, or how do you see those things?
Right. So I think it is generally that's not the case, especially when you are building a product. There can be several components of the product. So as you mentioned, that if there is a requirement from business that we have to include some vision component, so then it's a different component, right? So it's a
Right.
different, and for that you might want to use a set of tools which are different than your previous set of tools which you are using, right? So it can be you probably want to keep your system in such a way where everything is in containerized format. So nowadays, I don't know if Docker is something which is very much in use, right? So Docker and Kubernetes and all of these. So where you can where you can deploy your specific components, specific individual solutions, rather than all of it, all the things in one place, right? So in that way, you are flexible, you are portable, and you are very easily, you can plug and play with anything you want, right? So that kind of thing will definitely help.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Subarna. One last question to you, Sai. This is basically on the data science manager role itself. How much of it is a blend of engineering and services? How much of hands-on experience is required versus the business-facing and the client-facing role that is required? So, if you have to, let's say, which is a bigger part of the role?
So it depends on the companies defining the data science role. At least in Bay Area, some companies have defined the data science as somebody who does need to have even the software engineering capabilities, but it's recently being changed to machine learning engineer. So if the data is large, then definitely they need to know the like tools like Spark, which have the distributed processing, and similarly TensorFlow if for and running on distributed GPUs, and most of it involves engineering. But if you have good data engineering teams in your company who will do all the feature engineering for you or all the data processing, then you can just focus on uh, taking the features to the model, building the model, and then presenting the insights. So depending on whether the data engineering team is helping you with the processing, you need to have those skills.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. So thanks a lot, Rahul, again, Sai again, and it's been a great pleasure speaking with you all, Rahul, Sai, and Subarna. A lot of insights, very, very helpful for anyone who is looking to transition into this area. I think they would have found this session immensely useful. Thanks a lot for sharing from your personal experience how you actually went ahead and did each of these aspects, right? So that would be an inspiration for a lot of them to come into this area as well. So with that, we are at the end of the session. For all of us in here, so the questions that you have posted on the LinkedIn thread, the ones which is not answered during the session will also be looked at by our speakers on their availability basis, and they will be answering you there as well, and requesting speakers to put in some, the good materials that you would recommend as well. And I would like to thank each of you, and this is a token of appreciation to each of you guys. You'll be receiving this certificate soon. Thanks a lot again, Rahul, and this is to you, Subarna, and Sai as well. So we'll be sending this over to you.
Thanks, Muduraj. Thanks for conducting it so beautifully and smoothly.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. With the end of the first panel for the day today, we are now in the open conference section, and you know, let me check as well if we have all the open conference speakers lined up. Menaka, can you quickly check and confirm?
Yes, we have a speaker here ready. Welcome, Vishal. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Monica. Thanks, Muthu. So, guys, good evening to everyone.
Hey Vishal, just a
Hey, Muthu.
second
Sure.
before you start on. Yeah, sure. So to everyone, a brief intro on the open conference itself, right? So it's basically our format for the community. These are, I mean, over the last days, towards with this product leadership festival, we have been hearing a lot of industry leaders and thought leaders actually presenting
Muthu,
their.
sorry to interrupt. Can you share the screen so that everybody can look at?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, so over the past days, actually we have been interacting with there have been several leaders and thought leaders and industry experts coming in and interacting with us and sharing a lot of insights. But this one is even more special because this is actually from the community. These are speakers amongst you, and you had actually voted them that these topics are beautifully crafted, and you wanted to hear more about these topics. So that's how these speakers are coming in. And first up there, I have with me Vishal. So Vishal is actually. So Vishal is the head of engineering at Interview Mocha, and he's a seasoned tech and business leader at Interview Mocha, and prior to that he was with Omdocs. He's a mix of a technical person as well as a team leader, and he plays the role that the team demands the most at the time, right? And he believes in actually adding the right value whenever and wherever it is needed. He actually says that there has been a constant change all through his life, and he actually even gets nervous when there is no change around. So we'll be curious to learn more, Vishal, and open to you for the topic that you're going to share with us today. So Vishal is going to talk about the applied data science in the world of skill assessments, and just before Vishal starts presenting. So this is the thread that I want everyone to make note of. We have been seeing a lot of questions still coming through the Zoom channel itself. Please take a picture of the screen or scan this QR code and keep it with you. Keep all the questions coming in there while Vishal is presenting, and the last 10 minutes will be used for the questions that came up from the community. Over to you, Vishal.
Okay, great, Muthu. Thanks a lot. And IPL guys, I mean, I would say that this is one of the best initiatives that I've ever seen. An open conference where you don't have to be an industry leader. I would say established industry leader, but you can still, with the blessings of your LinkedIn network or any other network, you can present yourself. It's a really good opportunity, guys. So I've already seen my LinkedIn profiles boost up by 300% once I logged into this particular forum. So great, guys. So I'll start. I think I have 15 minutes for the presentation. I'll just do a time check. It's less than 15 minutes. So I'll just try to rush through the presentation a bit so that I have enough time for the question and answers. So let me start. So Muthu, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Vishal. Please continue.
Okay, great. So guys, wherever there is data, I think there is a solution for any problem that it's in the world, right? So be it the world of skills assessment or be it any other world. So let me just quickly take you through some of the challenges that you might be facing, and I'm sure that most of the recruiters over here or the HR managers or even the line managers would be facing these problems over here, what I've mentioned. So in the technical, for example, when you're trying to evaluate the technical skills, we do have MCQs, the multiple choice questions. We do have the coding rounds and everything. So the MCQs check the theoretical approach, and the coding would basically check your if the syntax and semantics, if the compilation is right, if the execution memory is within control, if the execution time is within control, the right data structures are used, the right algorithms are used, right? But what if you want an intermediate solution between the MCQs and the coding, right? So there is, I'm sure that there is something hidden over here as a solution. Apart from this, what if, for example, the coding that you're, the checks that you want to do is not only for Python, Java, or the established languages, right? It might be, let's say, languages of your own proprietary system, right? It can be Apex classes, it can be, let's say, ABAP languages, for example, right? Or it can be any proprietary language from any particular homegrown system. So how do you evaluate that? So that is one particular challenge that I'm sure that everyone would see over here. Second, in the domain side also, right? If you have business analysts that are responsible for doing product configurations and everything. Now, again, MCQs are too limited for this particular option, right? So I'm sure that there has to be some particular solution somewhere hidden to open up this particular evaluation assessments for the guys that are doing the product configurations. Now, I'm sure that in the business skills also, be it soft skills, be it leadership skill, be it manager skills, there are almost hundreds of challenges that you might be facing. But I'll not talk about this right now over here. What I'll suggest is that whatever challenges you're seeing, I would suggest you to write on this particular link over here, which also might be shared in the chat. On the communication front, for sure, there are challenges because I know that even though we have speaking and writing assessments, they have to be manually evaluated, right? And whenever we do a manual evaluation, there is always a scope of biases, a human bias. Apart from that, when you're talking about reading and listening assessments, right? You'll see that the reading and listening questions also have their own options. So reading, I'm reading something and I have to give the answer based on the options that are shown. Even in listening, if I listen to a particular audio, right? The options that are given to me are one that the author thinks that are important. But what if I want the candidate to write his answer in his own free thoughts, right? His interpretation might be the same as your interpretation, but maybe his choice of words might be different from your choice of words. So I would like to give the candidate this particular option. Proctoring, again, in the COVID time, for example, very much important that all the online assessments are happening remotely. So how do you ensure that your candidate is giving the online assessment without any incorrect protocol of his, right? The other thing is that sometimes, for example, in the assessment world, your client can come to you and say that, hey, look, I have this Udemy video, or I have this particular learning content of my own, and I want to assess my candidates or my employees on the basis of this particular learning video. Now, it's a manual. If you start doing this particular manual task, I mean, it's too much of a time, right? You have to go through hundreds of minutes of videos, right? And then you start generating the questions and everything. Now, I'm sure there is a solution to all of this problems. So let's move to the next slide and see if there are solutions. So talking about solutions, let me start with the first solution. In Interview Mocha, we have a product called as Mocha English Pro, where I would say that you just get your candidate, you send your candidate an invite, make sure he speaks, writes, reads, and listens. And rest of the things, the scoring, the assessment, the evaluation, and everything, we'll do it. It's on to us. We don't require any manual intervention. Once the candidate clicks on the finish test, after he does the speaking, writing, reading, and listening, it's all up to us that we generate the correct report, and that also without any manual intervention, without any manual bias, and within 20 minutes of the time. So how do we do that? So the data science application that we are using in the Mocha English Pro is fully natural language processing. So we are doing sentiment analysis. What is sentiment analysis? That how positively or how negatively one speaks, right? So if I'm asking someone to, let me do a time check quickly, guys. Okay, great. So if I'm asking someone to write a letter to his manager to report a delay in the project, right? So there might be one person that can blame the whole world for the delays, right? There might be one person that writes positively. He gives an assurance to his manager saying that everything is in control, right? This is the contingency plan. This is the new dates and everything. And these are the reasons for the delay. But again, I'm not blaming anyone kind of thing. Similarly, grammar, spelling, and style checks we can do. Context check. I can give an assessment. I can write beautifully the right use of words. Grammar checks, a positive tone. For example, what if I do not write in the context what I've been asked to write? I've been asked to write a delay for a project, but I'm writing the story of myself, which has nothing to do with the delay of the project, right? So how do I do a context check? So English Pro, again, using natural language processing, takes care of the context check also. So we check what exactly that the letter contains. For example, does it contain the the reason of delay? Does it contain the contingency plan? Does it contain the old date? Does it contain the new dates? Oral fluency also we can check using natural language processing. Reading and listening, again, as I mentioned in the previous slide, we have an option that the candidate can speak in his own words when it comes to reading and listening answers. And then we evaluate whether these answers are right or wrong. So the words can be anything, the context has to be right. So the challenges that we are solving in this is, again, communication skills assessment without any manual intervention and hence without bias, and then allowing candidates to answer in their own words. So this is one particular solution at Interview Mocha that heavily uses data science, and we solve the challenges of the recruiters, hiring managers. The other product that we have is the Mocha Logic Box. In my opinion, if you're right in coding, as long as your logic is correct, right? Because for the rest of the coding skill checks, for example, we have the IDE, right? So in the real life, every programmer will have an IDE to use. So why do we need to check the syntax and semantics all the time, right? We just need to check the logic. The data science application that we are using over here is clustering algorithms and, again, natural language processing. So what happens is that when we are building a question, right, we being experts, we think we might be writing an answer set for that particular question, right? But what if I find during a test that there are hundreds of candidates that are not writing as per what the answer set I had given to them? What if they are coming with their own answer set, but it tends to be correct, right? So what I'm doing is that based on the answers from different candidates, we are doing a clustering. And then if the clustering says that this answer might be right, then we are checking again whether that answer is right or wrong, and then we're adding it to the answer set. We're also doing an evaluation of answers using natural language processing. And then again, the difficulty levels of the questions. So for example, if hundreds of questions are being incorrectly answered by candidates, then we think that the difficulty index of this particular question should not be easy, should be hard, because hundreds of candidates did not answer it right. So we are again using machine learning to evaluate the difficulty index. The challenges that we are solving in this, again, is an intermediate solution between MCQs and coding assessment. We're solving evaluation of proprietary languages, right? I can use the ABAP also in the logic box to be tested, or I can use the Apex classes of Salesforce to check whether the candidate has the right experience. And then I can do an evaluation of business configuration scripting also. The scripting would not be compiled or something, but the scripting will be part of a logic box question and be evaluated using machine learning techniques. So moving to the next slide, guys. The Mocha question builder. Again, what I would suggest is that let the content make itself available for assessment, right? I mean, I have a content. Why should someone look at the content? Why should someone look at thousands of minutes of videos or hundreds of sentences of text and start building questions and answers out of it? Why cannot we use data science to extract important content from the learning videos and text and build questions and test out of it? We sometimes like to be lazy in these cases, and we let our tool build the quick assessments from the learning content. So we can give it a Udemy video, you can give it a learning video from your own site, you can give it a learning text, and it builds questions and answers from those texts and from those videos. The last but not the least, we have the Mocha image proctoring. So again, when a candidate takes a test remotely, we need to ensure that whoever is attempting the test before the test and during the test is the same person. Now, these are all my photos, guys. Even if you do not recognize, they're from different eras, I would say, right? And this has been captured by our own image proctoring solution while I was giving a mocha test. So again, the data science application that we are using over here is use of face detection and face recognition for the proctoring. And the challenges that we are solving over here, again, is recruiters need not monitor the remote assessments. You just send a test invite link and rest, just wait for a report. You don't have to be on the test while the test is being conducted. The other thing, so these are the main solutions that the main data science applications that I spoke about. But apart from this, we have other use cases also. So as I said, right, I mean, wherever we see data, we can have a solution to make intelligence out of that data. So we don't have to have something specifically coming from a customer. Sometimes we see data, we see challenges, we see issues with our own internal team sometimes, and we build a solution and we give the solution. So other use cases that we are doing is evaluating feedbacks for our test. So for example, when a test is completed, I'll just do a quick time check. Okay, we have enough time. So whenever we complete a test, the candidate can give us a feedback for the test. Also, the candidate can give any information about any issues that they found with the assessment questions, right? So we again use NLP to evaluate those feedbacks apart from whatever rating that the person has given. Secondly, we also check using NLP, using natural language processing and other models. We do check grammar issues in our own assessment content, and there are other use cases in progress. So Muturaj, what I'll do is that I do have some deep dive. I'll just quickly show that deep dive, though this session is not meant to do a technical deep dive, but just for the audience over here so that they feel excited. So this is some of the models that we're using. We are using Spacey, we are using the Vader NLTK, we are using some third-party libraries also in our phase 1. We're passing the speaking through a video indexer. We are also doing a named entity recognition checks and everything, right? So this is the first phase that we have, and the second phase of a product, again using more heavier data science applications, is going live by this month end, and wherein we are using BERT, the Google model. We are using LSTMs, and we are using cosine similarity with multi-label classifier, binary classifier for evaluations. And what we are doing is that the assessments coming from the phase 1 are being sent across to this particular models so that they train well, and we get a better result. So guys, this is what I wanted to present, and I'm open for questions and answers.
Okay, that's an interesting one, Vishal. Thank you. Thanks for that. And a couple of things here. So, we see that the whole, the resume filtering system, the tracking system has gone into this mode of automation and AI as well already. Automation has been done almost all cases. ATS has been doing the filtering for time since a long time now. And AI has also been evolving in the area of resume filtering, making sure the right applications for the right job makes into the system. But then how do you see this whole industry around the interview itself being conducted in a intelligent platform? What are some of the HR take on it? Have you met any HR business leaders, and where are they seeing this industry going?
Great. So that was a lovely question, Muthu. So what we do basically is that in the COVID situation specifically, right? I mean, we have been doing this. Our product consultants talks to almost 5 L&D leaders or 5 hiring managers or line managers on a particular day, right? But during COVID situation, for example, we have increased the reaches also to the hiring managers, to the L&D managers, because the situation has changed. The whole hiring concept has changed, right? More and more remote assessments, more and more collaborative assessments. The person cannot sit in front of you, right? So all these are issues. So we are also trying to work on a code pair solution, for example, which is not, I will not say it's a purely data science application, for example, but there are, once the code pair starts, right, with the collaborative coding and everything, and with the video on top of it, And then, of course, there are data science applications on top of it to evaluate the coding questions automatically, right? How was the sentiment of that particular person while he was speaking with the video interviewer, right? So all these things also has a strong application of data science, and we are building those products also. Since it's still not in the beta version yet, I did not want to talk about it, but there is one solution on that. Then I would say that there are end-to-end hirings also that are possible, right? When you submit a resume, for example, the resume gets automatically screened, again using NLP, and then there are other protocols also you can use. Once that resume has been screened, depending on the evaluation of the resume, an automatic test link is basically sent to this particular candidate. The candidate takes a test. The test also is evaluated automatically. For example, right? He is sent an interview link, right? He sends an interview. The interview, I mean, there is no live interview as such. He's being asked questions by a chatbot. He's answering those questions, for example, on a video, right? Again, those video are being analyzed automatically, and then the end result is going to the recruiter or the hiring manager, saying that this was the resume score, this was the assessment score, this was the video interview score, and guys, you can now decide on what to do with this candidate, kind of thing. Now, guys, again, this is the last part which I mentioned about the bot taking an interview and everything. It's all theoretical, but it's possible. I mean, it's very much possible. There are bots and interviews happening in different other worlds, for example. So why not in skills assessment? It can surely be done. I hope I answered your question, Mudhu.
Yep. It does. Thank you, Vishal. So let's move on to some more community questions here as well. So one question from Sonal here: is it possible to detect if a person is lying or faking in this assessment test?
Okay, so when if your question is related to while he's speaking during the video interview or something, if it's faking or not faking, I'll not say that there's a foolproof way to detect this. There are algorithms that can check the nervousness and everything, but again, even the lie detector test, for example, cannot confirm whether a person is faking or not faking, right? So world of skills assessment is far away from doing this.
Right. And even the whole human element is, how do you replace that human element in all of these things, right? So for example, when you are saying that the question itself is asked by the chatbot itself, and the interviewee is actually answering questions back to the chatbot, isn't the human element missing? And what do you do to make sure that the emotions are captured right? For example, the attitude evaluation of the candidate is also an important decision for making a hiring decision, right? So how do you arrive at those qualitative stuff which would require typically the human interaction?
Yeah, again, what I think is that as a community, we are all confused, right? I mean, sometimes we like the human element, right? And when there is too much of human element, we go for automation. When there is too much of automation, then we like to have that human touch. So I think that world would be confused as always, right? So what I think in this thing I can suggest is that maybe the first initial, before even the candidate gets engaged with your company, right? It can be a human interaction, a quick one, right? The HR calling the candidate, for example. The rest of the whole steps can be through bots, through automatic resume assessment, through automatic assessment, evaluation of assessments. And of course, the video interview is getting automatically assessed and everything. And then again, a human touch. Now, purely everything human would not be possible given the volume, right? But at the same time, everything automated, again, will lose the human touch. Again, I'm not sure people would love that.
Right. Given the near future, I think a mix of these two worlds can actually help a lot. It can be used for a good amount of automation. Perfect. Let me check the next questions. Can it actually do voice evaluation to check if there are multiple people were present in the room when they were taking the interview, possibly another person helping the person who is taking?
Yeah, so Muthu, I missed that part. So even in the image proctoring, for example, I mean, I was too stressed on my photos. I did not mention any other thing over there. So even in image proctoring, for example, if the system sees two faces in the image, for example, it can detect that it's a violation, right? And then the product, for example, also can automatically stop the test if it sees multiple violations happening. In the audio proctor, so we have something called as an audio proctoring also, again, a data science application, which I missed over here. And in that case also, if there are multiple audios that are captured by the audio proctoring, the violation can be sensed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I think those checks will definitely help in these types of automations. I think there's a lot of possibility where you can actually get another person to do it, or have a help
Right.
Directly from another person as well.
True.
Yeah. So another question around here, is there a feature to evaluate communication level of candidate?
Yeah, so the English Pro that I mentioned, right? I mean, I'll just take you back to that slide over here. So this English Pro product that has been mentioned over here is mainly to check the communication. So you can check the speaking communication, you can check the writing communication, you can check the reading and the listening communication. So all 4 aspects of the communications are being checked over here.
Okay.
So even in the communication, we check whether he is speaking positively or negatively. We also can check his basically his though we have disabled that feature in our product, for example, but we can also check whether he is angry while speaking, is happy, is sad. But we thought that there is still some more engineering required for that particular feature, so we have disabled that. But apart from that, this all things that you can see over here is being checked.
Perfect. Perfect. The other interesting part that I found in your presentation is also that the whole questions and the answers itself, the question bank itself can already come from the knowledge banks, which is already out there, which means,
right.
The interviewer again do not have to every time, what are some of the questions that I have to look for this candidate. The whole stuff can be automated. That would be a very interesting solution, I believe.
Right.
Okay. I think we are with that. We are at the end of the presentation. Thanks a lot, Vishal. Again, that was a nice one.
Thanks to you, Muthu.
Thank you, Vishal. And yeah, so Vishal, that's a e-certificate that you could that you can expect to receive from us soon. Thanks a lot for participating again.
Thanks to you, and thanks to IPL again, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Vishal. Okay, so to everyone out there, so we are going to have the next speaker up for the presentation. So that is going to be Sanika, and the topic is going to be applying AI into the world of product management. So before I get into more details, please take a note of these note of this QR code. This is going to be the place where you are going to post questions for Sanika. Yeah, and I'm moving on to the next topic here. So Sanika is a senior product manager at Innoplex. Innoplexus, and she has also an very interesting educational background. She has a PhD in health sciences and biometry, which is actually the science of applying statistical analysis to biological data. So that sounds very interesting there. And in her current role as a senior product manager, she's actually working at the intersection of health and data to build AI ML powered search and discovery platforms. And this is actually propelling the data driven drug discovery as well. So would be willing to learn more about it as well. So she's also an active member of Stanford Women in Data Science community, and she's also part of the Facebook's C-Lead Tech community as well. So with that, over to you, Sanika, for your topic on applying AI to product management.
Thank you, Muthu, and I just request you to give me the access to share my screen.
Sure. Do you see?
Go ahead and start sharing, please.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, before starting, I want to take a minute to thank IPL and the entire team behind IPL who have been relentlessly managing these conferences and the festival. This is something that all of us needed in this lockdown, something that will help us to upskill something that will help us stay motivated and keep the drive going about learning, doing, and sharing. So thank you, IPL team. And I think without further ado, we are on the top of the hour, so I'll get started. Good evening to one and all, and I cannot start to describe how excited and overwhelmed I am to be sharing my 2 bits of knowledge that I have with everyone out here and being part of this open conference and very unconventional unconference model that IPL has adopted. I will be today speaking on a slightly different topic. So it was indeed very nice to hear all of my co-speakers and the panelists before me, and I understanding how different use cases are being applied, specifically I think around the skill economy and identifying skills and qualifications, as well as the smart society initiative that Ankesh talked about. So my session is going to be slightly on a different gear. This session is mostly a topic of introspection. So the session is going to take an inward view on how product managers can leverage artificial intelligence and machine learning to mine their internal enterprise data, and also to make those proactive refinements in their strategic roadmaps, in their go-to-market approach, in their competitor positioning, and also how they can use it to good use for their overall development cycle and operational efficiency improvement. So I'll be sharing my experiential learnings because, as Muthu introduced me, I don't come from the tech background, but I have garnered around 14 years of experience in the technology domain. I have applied my domain knowledge to the technology arena, and I have tried to be on the cusp of being able to be both the end user of the system and being able to build those systems to suit the end user. So I will be talking about my experiential learnings and focusing specifically on Innoplexus and Innoplexus use cases, since it is the driver company in the field of AI for pharmaceutical companies. So I'll try to cover my content in the next 20 minutes so that we have sufficient time for Q&As. So instead of putting out an agenda slide, I thought I'll just take you through the thematic, journey that we will have today. And we will sequentially try to move from the thing that is at the top of every product manager's head and every person who is part of the product management team, and that is product strategy. So we'll look at how AI can drive your product strategy for you. Then we will go on to the second most important thing that drives your inward outlook, and that is your customers and your customers' industry trends. So your customers' hype cycle and the phase in the hype cycle that they are in. Then we will look at what you can do to actively listen to your customers' needs, the intangible things that they don't tell you, and how can AI or ML use help you to do that. And from there, we will move to a very, very important aspect of AI, and that is innovation. How can AI drive your innovation goals and initiatives? And finally, we'll come back a full circle to understand how your own softwares can be made more intelligent, and how you can take them to their next generation by letting them learn rather than coding them. So this is the first part I'll cover about product strategy. So as I briefly mentioned, as core team members of product management and core team members of the product team, we are constantly trying to refine our product strategy based on the changes that are happening in the outward market. So we are trying to understand how our product will actually meet the market requirements. Is it a fit for the current conditions, and so on and so forth. And given that all of us are mostly in the agile world today, none of our product strategies are set in stone. They are extremely adaptive. They have to be flexible, and we have to be agile in order to be changing them based on the inputs that we are continuously gathering. So having said that, also more important part of product strategy is that this is the part that translates your product vision into your product roadmap. So continuously, when we are talking of strategy and when we are interfacing with our clients, we get asked that you position yourself as an AI driven company, you position yourself as bringing the technology of AI to solving our problems, how much of your product roadmap is actually oriented towards your in-house requirements? How much of your product strategy is driven by certain things that have to be done in order for your technology roadmaps to move ahead? And in lighter words, since they are all pharma customers, they would ask, would you be willing to self-prescribe your own drug to treat your own illness? So if you're selling us something, are you confident that that component that you're selling us is actually the key component in your product as well? Because you're trying to build and provide us a solution where you are using AI, but is AI the core of your product development strategy? And that is where this slide talks about what you see here: network analysis, computer vision, text analytics, and machine learning. These are the key pillars of the products that we build and the offerings that we have and the platforms that we build at Innoplexis. And as you can see, these um, technology stacks are also a gold mine of opportunity for us to make our product smarter, faster, probably more reliable, more intuitive, more adaptive, and advanced. So if we put these pillars at the center of our product strategy, and we put our resources to good use to iteratively improve them as a part of the technology roadmap, we are going to be reaching a place where our technology roadmap has progressed so far further that it can seamlessly merge with our outward facing product roadmap. And we can then start offering all of these robustly built technologies as part of our customer facing solutions and our customer facing products. So to give you an example of the domain from where I come and what am I talking about. So the product that I lead at Innoplexis is a search and discovery engine. It's a engine that helps the key drug discovery scientists understand the landscape around a molecule that they are trying to work on. So they are looking for the most relevant, scientifically vetted data that they can gather around this molecule so that they can accelerate their drug research. So in the products that they use, our external facing products, we leverage a lot of the search optimization algorithms, which most of the search engines use. We have inbuilt the feed forward loops for training the user responses and to be able to sift through those user responses and to be able to provide more and more relevant outputs. But internally, as a part of the technology roadmap, what we have done in the background, in the back end, is that we also try to continuously refine the neural network models that will help us to do faster real-time analysis. We are spending resources and trying to build better natural language programming algorithms and text analytic solutions so that we are able to understand the user queries in a more relevant context. We're able to create knowledge graphs of all the queries that were ever fired and then feed them into the machine learning algorithms to be able to cut out redundancies and do that in a reinforced learning manner. So this is how we are working on the core blocks of our AI in order to make our external facing products really AI powered. So to summarize or to gist out this slide in one sentence, I would say, if you are putting out there on all of your slide decks and all of your client presentations that AI is the heart of the product we are offering, then you have to make sure that AI is actually the core of your product development strategy as well. Because otherwise, you are giving out a message that is incorrect, and it will show somewhere because your technology roadmap will not be able to keep up with your external facing product roadmap. So from the product strategy, slowly moving into the customer domain. So the second most important thing that we have on our mind, and we spend a substantial amount of time on this, is doing customer profiling. So we are trying to understand our customer as better as possible. We are trying to be ahead of the trends going on in the customer industry. So how do we leverage AI to know what is moving the cheese in your customer's industry? So I believe every one of you is or has read or continues to read the Gartner's hype cycle. And coming from a domain and an industry where my own company has been listed 3 times in the Gartner's hype cycle for AI technologies. It's a proud feeling. But when I go through the report, I try to tell myself, don't focus on the domain that you belong in. Focus on the domain that is your customer's domain, and understand the landscape and the hype cycle that the pharma industry is going to get next in. So in this slide, I'm trying to encapsulate how we are leveraging AI to track all of the major variables that go in the ecosystem so that we are able to stay ahead of our customers' hype cycle. So by validating our strategic roadmap, by updating our go-to-market strategy, by reevaluating the marketing priorities, fine-tuning our competitive positioning, prioritizing how we are communicating our strengths to the customers. And finally, a very important thing in today's ecosystem is identifying those key partners and collaborators. So I'll again cite an example from my domain. We are in the pharma company, in the pharma business of providing and being able to provide technology solutions to our pharma clients. So while working with them, they look up to us saying that some of the problems which are technology driven and we do not have teams deployed are some things that you would solve
Okay. Looks like there is a power outage on Sanika's side, and we lost our video and audio feed. Sanika, can you hear us? Just a quick check. Mutu, can you hear us?
Yes, I think Sanika has issues, and I'm checking with her if she's able to rejoin.
Yeah, just folks, just give a minute or two to check.
Yes,
yeah,
I see Sanika back again. Hi, Sanika, can you hear us? You are on mute.
I had a screen share my presentation.
Yes, go ahead, please. I think you had a power outage and we lost you there. Just
Yes,
make sure you're unmute and then go ahead.
I'm sorry.
The slides are upside down for some reason. Yep.
Is this better? Is it full screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yep.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for that interruption. I hadn't imagined. So I was talking about trying to stay ahead of the customer's hype cycle. And very quickly, I'll summarize giving an example. So as the COVID-19 pandemic slowly started spreading, all of us have seen that all of the industries had to pivot. All of the domains had to make a pivot. And pharma is no different. The only difference is that as serving their technology partners, we had to pivot before them. So we had to know exactly what are the problems that they may face. So all of the generic manufacturers in pharma currently, who are the big players, are trying to identify those key novel molecules for COVID-19. But in doing so, to be able to fasten the pace of those discoveries, they are trying to be collaborating or acquiring smaller bioinformatic and cheminformatic players. And since we could understand this requirement ahead of they trying to tell us, in our products itself, we tried to integrate in silico cheminformatic and bioinformatic modules already for them, and also vetted a list of collaborators and partners which may already be providing third-party integrations and third-party tools to our existing clients. That way we were able to save losing our customer to another player. We were able to reprioritize our roadmap to fit the needs of the customer, and also provide all of the capabilities that the client was looking in a one-stop solution. So understanding what is going on in your customer's hype cycle, the phase that they are in, and where the industry is going to go next, tracking the customer industry trends and paradigm shifts to modify your product strategy, and all with the help of leveraging your AI. From AI to ML. So a lot of us happen to use these two terms synonymously, but AI and ML have very unique, different advantages for different types of use cases. So I talked about AI in the initial slides. I want to focus a little bit on machine learning and how we are leveraging it. So we talked about understanding the hype cycle of the customer, but active listening is also equally important. And by active listening, it means moving away from the documented requirements or the documented statement of work to understanding the intangible needs that the customers are not telling you over recurrent calls, over your recurrent engagements. And how do we do that? So a lot of other companies also utilize this. We utilize this using our own homegrown tools. So our platforms which are deployed at customer end, as well as our neural networks, are continuously sieving for this kind of data. So the real-time data collation engine that we have is continuously trained to collate data from the various channels and mediums where the clients may be talking about. So pharma customers typically talk on a lot of mediums. They have their internal internal business pages. They have Twitter handles. They are putting blog posts out. They are on different other channels and media where they are reporting and talking about the products, talking about industry trends. So actively using these social media channels to be able to do the sentiment analysis on top of what are their unmet needs, what are the user sentiments of the customers, and also trying to understand what they are liking and disliking in our competitors. So we use all of this continuously to extract or discover new features that need to go in our product roadmap. So we look at page visits and page clicks, and if they are on our platform, we try to understand what are they sharing, what type of content is being shared, what type of content is being upvoted, downvoted, disliked. So all of this is possible because of the patented technology stack that we have. And then all of this runs into our system for refining our search algorithms. This also gets into the feature engineering roadmap. So this engine is iteratively redefining the product attributes. So are we required to improve the user experience? Should we be improving the layout of our platform so that the clicks end up in the right place? We are using AI for UI. So we are using tools like InVision, which are iteratively, actively learning how to improve the user experience before the design phase and before the wireframes get frozen. And finally, coming down to pushing all of this through embedded reinforced learning and algorithms, not keeping it in our internal staging, but pushing it on production. And by pushing it on production, it gives us a proof of concept for the algos for real-time feed forward, for algos that we have changed for push notifications, for algos where we are trying to monitor user activity more, aptly. So these iterative cycles pushed on a continuous basis on the live environments and platforms help us to tap into these unmet needs and then actually reinforce our build cycles. So rather than seeking answers to the customer questions that have been posed, we try to look for the questions that we can ask their own data, the questions that we can pose to the customer insight data, and then redefine the features that we want to prioritize. So moving from social active listening to understanding the customer hype cycle, coming to a very, very key important part of technology driven companies, and that is innovation. Now, the title of this slide, AI for driving innovation, may sound like a simile because still now even a lot of industry veterans take AI and innovation to be counterparts of each other. But AI is actually the driver for innovation. So innovation that is done without a customer impact or without a customer input is like building a product in a black box without having any kind of real world value to the customer. It's as a practice session. So innovation for the sense of innovation actually won't take you or propel your company or product ahead. So it goes without saying that for technology companies, innovation in our products has to be validated by some external facing market driven metric. So the innovation that we put into our product has to either increase our customer satisfaction, it has to either increase the customer retention rate, or we have to be able to acquire more customers because of the innovation element that we are adding here. And in fact, to achieve that, what we need is we need to be able to identify the fields of innovation which are the highest impact fields and most beneficial for the clients. So there are fields which are very, very nascent, and the actual raw impact of AI has never been tried out. So just to give you an example, we deal with a lot of scientific content. We deal with a lot of data which goes on for the trials that are happening across different countries. These are trials being run on humans for actually identifying whether the drug is having the right kind of impact and whether it is reaching the endpoint and goal of being able to treat the um, patients. Now, with this treasure trove of data, what we try to do is, instead of letting it just be the trials data and identifying whether the trials are reaching the endpoint or not reaching the endpoint, we try to analyze what is the impact of successful and failed trials on the market share of the company. How is it contributing to the market fluctuations? And this has triggered a completely new innovation cycle within the company for understanding how to monetize this data. So it is a sector in innovation which has a direct customer impact. It is innovation which will again be leveraged across various other forums. And it is also linking the market driven impact to something that can improve our own internal technology roadmap. So these are the kind of AI initiatives that can trigger innovation by, by basically applying the business context of what needs to be solved and then understanding whether the innovation initiative can actually drive it to the goal point. So this in this slide I've tried to encapsulate that even if you have a very good innovation roadmap, you try to leverage AI within the innovation roadmap so that you know which use cases, which innovation initiatives to take up for maximum benefits, both of your own product and to be able to serve it to your customers. And now coming to my last slide. So we went through strategy, we went through customer, we went through the business ROIs and innovation. And now tying it all back to your own homegrown code. So all of these companies who have those big code bases, basically data scientists for years have been trying to increasingly understand, can there be a self-developing system? Can code write code for itself? And can code write better code than what we write? Because it's going to be iteratively learning. It is going to be doing a repetitive task where it can identify errors in the code and then automatically try to rectify those codes. So encouraging your AI to take over your code development, which is being actively pursued by a lot of other companies. So Deep Code is one of the companies, which is an AI software platform, which is learning from open source programmers. So basically all the code that open source programmers put out there on open code platforms is being used as training data sets to acquire the knowledge of how to code, and then automated coding is programmed. There's PyCharm and Pylint. So in our company, we use a lot of Python. So PyCharm and Pylint again are popular intelligent Python IDEs. So this integrated development environment actually checks smart code. It's a smart code completion algorithm, and it does error check on the fly. It will try to improve the quality of the code as you write it. Same with Pylint, it's a programming error and refactoring detection system. So by incorporating these either external or homegrown asynchronous learning models, reinforced learning for adjusting your continuous feedback mechanisms, and also incorporating genetic algorithms. So self-learning and genetic or self-correcting algorithms, this is something that is being actively researched a lot. This all helps you to iteratively improve your own code's precision, recall, and accuracy to write better code in future. So let AI handle all of this nonlinear data. You focus on the business problems, and let your development team think about the next innovation initiative they want to dive in. So this is freeing up knowledge, freeing up your team and your resource pool for knowledge work rather than keeping them bound to the coding, which now can be taken up slowly and then significantly by AI engines. And finally, to summarize it all, since we are almost at the end of it, these are the 5 take-home messages. We talked for one slide each. make AI the center and core of your product development. Continue to track your customers' industry trends using AI and be ahead of the curve of your customer. Rather than asking questions, you look for the questions in the customer data, interpret insights, and be able to take innovation initiatives in the right way to manage both your internal and external facing roadmaps. And finally, let your engines self-learn and instead of coding them and giving them command lines. So with that, I think, Muthu, I'm open to questions, and I think there are like 5 minutes left, but we can definitely accommodate one or two questions.
Sure, sure. Thanks a lot, Sanika. I think that was a very, very interesting presentation. Happy to see how data can be leveraged across the cycle, not just one or two places, but across the cycle, right all the way from the strategy to even. It was very interesting to see that it was even able to produce a new revenue channel for your company from the test trial data, right? So that's amazing to know that. With all of these, where is, this requires a lot of models, lot of tools, etc. Right? So how much of this is homegrown and how much of this you're actually using the external tools where you are using that to learn insights for your product?
So I'm very happy to share that almost 80 to 90% of it is homegrown. We have a significant team of data scientists in our company, and because the company is heavily invested in our patent portfolio, everything, almost all of our algorithms, all of our ML and AI models are homegrown. And yes, there is some part where we leverage external libraries, where we use external tools also. But as I've been showing in all of my slides, almost all of the capabilities and the technology stacks, the neural networks, all of our learning algorithms, the sentiment analysis algorithm, everything is homegrown.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty interesting to know. Okay, so that actually means a significant effort has been done by your teams to have each of these homegrown. If I look at some of these pieces, right? So the pieces like, for example, the active learning, versus the pieces like the trial data and then learning from that. So the trial data and learning from there, even to going to a level of new revenue channel, that is very specific data. There is domain element to it, and that requires in each industry there needs to be a different tool to make such sense of data and then arrive at new insights, right? But then this piece of active listening, what you talked about, that is something like, anyone, every product leader in the call today, tomorrow going back to their work for their product, that is something they can apply. So do you see any tools, possibly some, what you are using is homegrown, but do you know any tools that you would recommend for us that we can follow for each of our product to look out to these industry trends, etc. For doing active listening, what can we do?
Right, that's an amazing question. And I agree to you that active listening, leveraging social media, understanding what is being spoken, not just about your product, just about the competitor product and landscape, is becoming more and more important, because there are so many channels to share your views and opinions. And what if we could just feed all those views and opinions to making the best product for them? For us, we have not been using, I at least have not been using any other, sentiment channel or any other kind of mix, because as I said, the channels that we tap into are again very domain and industry specific. They're not very agnostic, but I can quickly try to do some homework and maybe reply on the thread on
Sure.
LinkedIn. I cannot think of any one tool that I may have used,
No
which is
problem. Yep,
open source.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. That would help a lot to the community. So one last question that I see from Rohit here. The last piece that you mentioned about writing the code itself, the code evolving the code. Is that a reality already? Probably for fixing errors, etc. That you're already using. And if so, how much of productivity improvement are you seeing versus a developer having to do that, having a AI to be doing this?
Oh, we are, yes, actually using a tool similar to what I showed, the PyCharm and Pylint, and we have seen a lot of productivity improvement given that we have reduced the review time. So all the time that used to go for a senior member of the development team to code, to review somebody else's code and then identify all the very repetitive kind of errors and vulnerabilities and code smells, which an algorithm can easily pick up. So it has decreased the review time, and it has increased the productivity of the junior team members also, because on the fly they are being able to understand what are the repetitive type of errors that they're making. These libraries also give you really good visualization, so they tell you what are the most common type of errors that one kind of a developer is making versus the other. So these efficiency is improved, productivity is improved, but also what we see is that the confidence of the developers is also something that is improved. So who would like to continuously rectify the same kind of errors, right? So they get some bandwidth to be able to focus on better tasks, more cognitive tasks, than being doing those repetitive things.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot, Sanika. Again, I'm sharing back my screen here. Sanika, that was
Thank
one
you
of
very
the
much.
most interesting session, and possibly one of the most informative that I have gone through in the past. And I think a lot of learning back home to a lot of product leaders on the call, how we can use the data insights into our products. Thank you again, and here is a certificate of appreciation which will reach you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so to everyone on the call, we have the next step topic now. So this topic is actually going to be going to be from Ankes. And before I go into the topic
Don't see,
itself,
sorry, we don't see your screen.
okay, let me get it back. Okay, yeah. So. Yeah, so we are going to our next topic from Ankes, and before that, I would like to request all the participants to have a picture of this or take this QR code so that you can post your questions to Ankes live. Yeah, so I'm moving on. So Ankes is a product and a program manager at Sterlite Technologies Limited. He is responsible there for all the machine learning services being developed. He's also a faculty with Simply Learn and also a corporate trainer. And today he is going to talk about the data-driven smart society. And over to you, Ankes.
Thank you, Muthu. And thank you, Dr. Sanika, for the wonderful presentation and the insight given. So today we would be discussing about how data is becoming a pillar in driving the smart society, I would say. But before I start with how data becomes a pillar in driving the smart society, we need to understand that data and science, which is a combination of data along with the science, which includes algorithms, whether it is AI algorithms or machine learning algorithms or business stats, whatever you call it, they both support each other. They are complement to each other. So when we call AI ML as the heart and brain of the system, then the overall ecology in that the data stands as an oxygen. So without oxygen, your body parts would not work. And if you have an oxygen and you do not have a body part, still you are not going to live. Now we have been speaking about, and there has been a lot of discussions eventually across the world about having smart city, including our country. But the whole logic of smart city, which we call it as, cannot be possible. We cannot meet smart city objectives unless and until we have a smart society overall. And that is what would be the objectives, as in how data basically helps in achieving a smart city, where and thus helps in achieving the end goal of smart society and achieving the end goal of smart city. Then we would be discussing about the DNA of the data. The DNA of the data specifically from two aspects. The first aspect is what are the necessary or inline components of the data, which we use it, which we know, but we always forget. And eventually the other part of the DNA of the data is as the evolution is happening in this world with so many electronic technology advancement and data generating devices, how we can store the data in the smallest possible way for ages to come. If I happen to articulate it, so we do have in our human the chromosomes and deoxyribonucleic acid, which is ATGC. On the same sequence, we can always store the data in a test tube or in form of a cells, where there is a research going on with MIT, and which can basically live up to 10,000 years and without using any media. And then I would be trying to weave a story and tell you how the smart societies, again data backs it up, how data acts as an oxygen for an AI in generating, in giving a VOI. So the biggest and the interesting thing is that in today's world as product leaders, we always go after ROI. Whether we build a $100 million product or a $1 billion product, we would always look for what is the ROI. We tend to forget that if we concentrate on VOI, which is value on investment, my ROI will automatically come. So how data would achieve in building it or supports the AI is what I would like to discuss on that. And I would conclude the session by citing an example how from the day of a birth of a child to the death of a human being, data plays an important role, and how different industry players, whether it is telco, finance, OTT players, or name any industry, takes a pie of that cake. So I would now like to start. As I was saying, the smart city basically is always an embodiment of a smart society. Now, smart society is not an object, but it's a combination of small pods like environment, living, people, awareness, economy, governance, and mobility. All these are interwoven in terms of Internet of Things. The most interesting example is today's situation, which we are into, the pandemic COVID situation. Here, everything which we basically drive, or the overall ecology of the country is being driven. It is being driven by Internet of Things, Internet of Services, Internet of Data, which the people are using. Now, if we remove the data, my services, my embedded system, my environment, everything would be basically scattered. And eventually the whole objective of driving the economy or driving the getting the value on investment, which I call it in terms of in place of ROI, will be on toss. Now, it is to be remembered here, whether we speak about the living, so it's like home entertainment system or mobility or economy, or if I have to basically, for example, if I want to release certain funds to certain sectors of whether it's private or organization or government organization, it is always driven by the fiscal benefit or the fiscal ratio, which is drawn from the data which we get from the historical point. The whole objective out here is any decision, how my oxygen depletion has basically been rectified from the earth due to less pollution, that is also data driven, because there are certain data points which directs as in what is the state of the oxygen depletion layer or ozone depletion layer, I would call it as, at North Pole or South Pole respectively, and how it has progressed. Eventually, how the people have been starting using different OTT apps to get their essential services. So wherever we go, with knowingly or unknowingly, it is always the data which basically is the first thing which we look at to. As a product leader or as a data scientist, data again plays an important role, because you would not be able to understand which algorithm to use, whether I have to use a random forest or whether I have to use a decision tree, whether I have to use cluster or whether I have to use, I'm sorry, yeah, whether I have to use a support vector matrix if I am not clear with the data. Data basically can be described as a intersection of business, data engineering, and AI developing system, where if we see, irrespective of different expertise, if we remove this data section, then the whole ecosystem or the pillars, which we call it as AI or data engineering or science, which basically evolves into a full-grown product or product as a service or platform as a service, will not be able to sustain for a longer period of time. So it eventually gives up a basic feeling for how data is that foundation pillar or foundation stone on which we build the building of smart systems or building of achieving great innovations. It's like, if I happen to tell you, if I happen to relate it to the day-to-day life, if you do not have a flat ground, or if you do not have a strong foundation, you cannot build an apartment of 105 stories. And it is always, and even in construction, we dig deep, and that depth is nothing but the insights which we get from data. Data, as I said, was DNA, the most important component of data. We every one of us know what are those components, but during the time of analysis, we are so much engrossed towards AI, machine learning, and other algorithms, we forget that all the insights basically are embedded in how the data is sequenced, how they are aligned, what are the missing values, what are the how is it assembled, how basically are the columns, or respectively how each column or fields are correlated. So it is like a human DNA, where every component or every strand of the DNA is related to each other, and every strand tells some story which is valuable or which is basically aligned to business objective. Now it is to be noted that the person who understands the data and who is able to understand or read the story which the data is telling you, then for that person it becomes very easy to slice and dice and meet the objective. With If you do not understand the data, then whether you use an AI, whether you use blockchain, whether you use deep learning, whether you use neural networks or different subsections of the advanced technologies, irrespective of the programming language, the business objective would never be met. And the data, so this is how the data basically drives each and every element of life, and the business objective of the life can be termed as a VOI or a ROI. Therefore, I call data as a product in itself. Why? Because it is capable of delivering certain values which our full grown product would alone be not be able to. Or we can always call it as every product we deliver, whether it is from the finance background or a telco or a manufacturing, constructing, they are the sub products of the main product line called data. The other aspects of the DNA, as I was telling, so with the advancement in the technology of the storage, because we cannot control the generation speed of the data, and eventually in years to come, let's say 3 to 4 years, there would be a huge shortage of storing the data. So this DNA concept of data basically helps in storing the data. And what the whole crux of this concept is, every data is basically fragmented and stored in form of small test tubes. So or if I happen to explain it in a language which healthcare or any biotech would understand, is, so there is a bacteria called Escherichia coli, which has a capacity to store approximately, if I'm not wrong, 10 to the power 29 zettabytes of data. Now, 10 to the power 29 zettabytes of data is a huge data. And how does it do is, it basically fragments each and every information of the cells into microbytes of it, and then store it within itself. This is the same logic in which our human brain works. Our human brains, which transmits the data, which on which our neural network is made up of, also transmits is based on the same technology of storing the data in form of microbytes. Few of the advantages are with data being stored in form of a microbyte, we would be able to store it for years to come, which would help us to have a better historical analysis, better predictive analytics, better insights, and eventually a high valued forecasting capability. By storing it in form of DNA, we would be basically we would not require any power supply. So the cost of storing the data would go down. Obviously, it rules out the technical failures. Why? Because there is no power supply, there is no RAM, there is no hard disk, there is no floppy disk. It is all on the basis of how you extract the data from the test tube in terms of electrode transmission uh, or electric flux concept, which is basically not totally dependent on technology, and thus we place the storage media. Yes, there are certain disadvantages to it as of now, which eventually with time would be overcome. And one of the most important disadvantage, which I would call it here, is the cost. As of today, storing the data in form of DNA is very costly. It's approximately 44,000 or 44K dollars per microbyte, and this is being used, though this kind of concept is being used by highly sophisticated research organizations who performs research on the mutation of the genes of human or any other bacteria. So as we move towards the more aspects or the other side of the data, we see that the data, which is an oxygen, gives life to AI. How does it gives life to AI, or what is the objective we obtain or we get as a result when data gets embedded with AI algorithms? So we get an improved operational efficiency. The customer experience or customer delight is increased. There are immense potential of revenues basically which are hidden under the blanket. They become visible. So data as an oxygen becomes a game changer, ensuring a sustained business growth. Now, it is to be noted out here that the data as of today, which is generated at a speed, at a volume of approximately 146 GB per day. So this also gives us a better insight, as in, if we do not understand the important or the key value addition of the data, then we would not be, I'm sorry, able to basically perform or build products on the basis of online logs, or we would have a platform of data tracking or warehouse management or email management or spam or sentimental analytics, recommendation analytics, offline stores, or any of the brick to click stores or different business models. Now, if you have the data, so the biggest question, the $1 million question, if anyone could ask, is, if someone has the data, what is that one thing which would be achieved? If someone understands the data and is not that much versed with AI ML, with simple maths, one can generate enough information which can drive the value for a business to sustain for next 2 quarters. That's the minimum objective which a person who is well known with well versed with the data can achieve it. That does not mean that AI and ML does not play an important role. It does play an important role, but we are too much engrossed towards AI ML that we do not see the other side of the coin, which basically drives this AI and ML. With this, I would like to tell you how, from the day a child is born to the day a child passing through the teenage to adulthood dies, the data which a child or a human being generates basically drives all the industries. Right from the child is born, so we have as of today an industry which takes care of what is required for a baby, for a pregnant mother. So we have baby OA, first cry, mop, hopscotch. Then we have, as the child grows, so education becomes an important aspect. So we have Byju's and other online education systems, which helps the child in gaining knowledge from the in different aspects, in different streams. As the child grows and eventually moves ahead towards his or her teenage, then there are different games, different aspects. Then when the child gets married or is basically goes into a job, then the banking, the customer behavior, the customer persona, the calls which we get, that do you want this loan, do you want this credit card, do you want the loan has gone down with delta percentage of ROI, we have a credit line facility, we have if you take our credit card, we would give you certain kind of facilities on lounges. All these are data driven. All these organizations, when the child moves towards, as the child has attained its adulthood, married and move and take basically driving his or her family, then there are different other aspects like shopping. So Flipkart, Myntra, now we have Xiaomi, Nika, Lenskart, Nike. If someone has to travel, then Make My Trip, Go Ibibo, Oyo. So I would tell you my experience. So generally, I travel a lot, and I am a regular, I would say a regular customer of Oyo. So every time I travel and stay at Oyo, I get certain points as a loyalty customer. The most interesting point here part is here if I am not traveling, so let's say I have not traveled for the past 2 months because of this pandemic situation, I still get offers with respect to my interest, along with vouchers which I can use post COVID. How do you think these recommendation systems or all these analytics basically and all these voucher driven schemes are coming to any of the loyalty customers like me? It is the data points. My travel history basically gives them certain insight that history is nothing but data. Then the Ola, Uber, and other smart taxis, they also help us. So Ola, I believe most of us would be an Ola user. And as I remember, Sai is also a loyal customer of Ola. If I'm not wrong, Sai, you also would have got a recommendation of Ola credit line, right? So with certain X amount.
Mm-hmm.
How do, hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So is the case with me. So guys, try to understand how is it possible that we get a credit line of certain X amount? Let's say, for example, in Ola, it is our travel data points, which basically ensures that this is my customer, which is bringing in value. One example of Ola that they just they extracted the insight from the data and they ensured that a value is given to the customer, like Sai, me, and others, and every one of us, and their ROI is automatically being delivered at their footstep. They do not have to get into n number of brainstorming strategic meetings where they have to basically figure out how do we ensure that in first quarter we have to meet an ROI of 10% or 5%. In second quarter, my ROI should be 15%, so that by the end of fourth quarter for the fiscal year, my ROI should be 20%. It's automatic. Then we have different policies. As we grow old, we need policies to sustain our medical expenses, our term insurance, life insurance. Eventually, we also need people having different tastes. We go outside to eat at times as a leisure. So we have Swiggy, we have Food Panda, which delivers another big basket, which delivers grocery, which delivers food at our home. Specifically in this situation where most of the shops are closed, how do we get the essential items? These big basket and grocers, they basically are helping us to deliver it. But have you ever analyzed what is that one thing which they are gaining? They're gaining our data. Using that data insight post COVID, the data will become one of the most powerful component of all the ecosystem which will drive business or which will have the capability to either make business to fall into a profit zone or to a loss zone. And all these different OTT players would be using this, putting in all the algorithms and generating ROIs by delivering values. The
Hey,
other,
in case, just a quick time check. We are
yeah,
actually at the top of the percent. If you could wind off in a 30 seconds, that would be great.
yes, yes, that would be done.
Perfect.
So as you see, the whole circle of life to death, from first fry to my big basket, to my magic bricks for rental, for my pepper fry, for my furniture, for my entertainment Netflix, and the day I die, everything is basically driven from the perspective of data. The whole logic or the concept of me speaking about data was to create an awareness that data in near future is going to be more powerful, and if you happen to have a grip on data, things would be much more easier to implement from the perspective of implementing AI ML algorithms or on my end objective of generating revenue for the business. That's all. I'm now open for questions.
Thank you. I think that was a very interesting presentation. Thanks a lot again. We do generate a lot of data across different stages, and and there are different business potentials around the generated data, which can also be potentially used for more opportunities to be produced later as well. So that's an interesting viewpoint that you had put forward. With the shortage in time currently, I would request you, in case, for all the questions, if you could actually answer to them in the community itself on the LinkedIn post. That would be helpful.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks a lot again, and let me share my screen here. So that's a token of appreciation for you, Ankesh, and we are looking forward to send this to you soon.
Sure.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yep. With that, thanks a lot, everyone. We are at the end of open conference for today, and to remind you again, this was actually the community event. These were speakers from amongst you, and you had voted them to come onto the stage today to present. Look forward for the next chapter as well. So we have the Product Leadership Festival of Design Team, and that will also have a similar format. I'm looking forward to seeing more community presentations. That you can actually come forward and put forward your thoughts and present alongside the thought leaders. Yeah, thanks a lot, everyone, and over to you, Sai.
Thanks so much, Muthu. That was awesome. I think this is what I love about the community talks and actually speakers from product and data community. All the way from AI, applying AI in skills management to, in fact, applying AI in product management itself, right?
Yeah.
So that was fascinating. And of course, now, the need for smart societies and how the societies are going to become smart. So Muthu, I want to take a moment to really appreciate you, for hosting this, for supporting this event, working with all the panelists and the speakers and making sure that we are all set and ready and also finishing on time, right? So truly appreciate that, because we've been holding a track record of running this conference with plus or minus 1 minute. So I think that's a tough thing to do, but thank you for helping us get there, right? And here is your certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So with that, folks, take a few seconds just to scan that QR code. It's a very fun way of giving us feedback. Record yourself 10 seconds, 30 seconds, and send us what went right and what we could improve so that we can make this even better, right? So we have a very exciting session, next one, and I'm sure this is close to dinner time, and the topic might make you even more hungrier. So in 1 minute, we'll get started on the topic of the digital journey of your biryani. And we have an amazing speaker joining us to explain what happens the moment you start ordering biryani from a data science perspective, of course. So please, hold on, and we'll be back in a minute right away.
Thank you, Sai. Hello, everyone. Please take a feedback poll on your screen now. We'll be starting in a minute with our next session.
Hi, good evening. Let me just share my screen and test it.
Sure.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. I'll stop sharing and let me know when you want me to start. Okay.
Sure.
I'll introduce you as David, and then we can get started.
Okay, perfect. I'll turn my video when you start talking.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to the Product Leadership Festival 2020 Data Edition. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Before we get started with our very, very interesting session of the day today, I would like to introduce you to the host of the evening, Mr. Sai Satish Vedam. Sai is a senior faculty and an executive coach at Institute of Product Leadership. He was most recently the Director of Product Management at Oracle. Welcome, Sai. It's lovely to have you.
Thank you, Sonal. Again, good evening, all of you, and welcome to the last and final day of Product Leadership Festival Data Edition. Before we begin the session for today, let me share with you few brief things about the Product Leadership Festival itself and the organization that is hosting this. Institute of Product Leadership is the organization behind this Product Leadership Festival. IPL, as we call it, started in 2012 in India with a singular mission of creating 10,000 product leaders in this country. Right? The institute, for those of you who are not aware, works with various organizations, universities and corporates, designs and delivers programs to help senior technology managers and working professionals to move into product leadership roles, to transition there or transform their careers into product leadership roles. Now, IPL hosts a conference every year in a large hotel setting, and we bring in industry leaders and executives to give you insights. But given the current situation, we have moved the entire thing virtual, and it's been a roaring success so far. Thanks to all of you. About 2,000 folks have registered, plus folks have registered. 1,500 people have joined these sessions. 30 plus CXOs have come and given some amazing insights. And we have lots of speakers from the product and data community, as we have seen in the last few hours. And over the past 7 years or so, there is a product community that IPL nurtures and builds, and all of you, most of you are part of that. And we just saw some amazing speakers from that. So feel free to essentially go ahead and submit your talks for the next design edition that is going to happen next month. Right, so we had product edition, data edition is the final day today, the design edition in the third week of it. Right, so just to make this a little interesting, we have a leaderboard, a simple website. Scan the QR code; it will take you to that web page, and there are a couple of steps that you can take. Right, every step will give you some points, and the topper of that leaderboard will get an exclusive one-on-one 30-minute discussion with an industry executive in the context of your career and your career coaching or counseling part of it. Right, it's an incredible opportunity. Do make use of it. Now, as you might have been seeing for every sessions and even for this session, we create an exclusive specific LinkedIn thread, right? So scan the QR code, it'll directly take you to the LinkedIn. If you're unable to scan, there will be a link posted on the chat. Click on that, go to that LinkedIn thread, and please ask all your questions there, right? The team is monitoring it, I will be monitoring it, and we will pick the most relevant ones, common ones, and ask the speakers to address them here, right? If you post your questions on the chat room, unfortunately, there's a lot of chatter, we won't be able to monitor that. So I'd request you to refrain from posing it there, right? And for the person who actually poses the best question, we'll announce the best question award. So with that, I'd like to introduce our speaker today, David Zackham. David, if you can come on video and wave and see if we can see all of us see you. A quick audio check.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hope you can hear me well.
Awesome, awesome. We can see you and hear you loud and clear. Thank you for joining, David. And for folks who are, not yet heard of David, he's a celebrity already in the field of analytics in this country. He heads analytics and is a vice president at Swiggy, right? And I'm sure there is not a single person in the audience who has not heard of Swiggy yet. So David's team is responsible for improving customer experience, helping restaurants grow through insights, get more business to them, of course, provide better discounts to us as consumers, and reducing the cost of delivery, and also identifying and evaluating new business models, which I'm sure is a very fascinating exercise on its own. So before Swiggy, David was at Mu Sigma. He led a team of about 450 people, worked with 23 companies as in different verticals and across Europe, US, and India, right? Interestingly, David started his career as a scientist, right, and writing algorithms and probably identifying drugs using computers. So that's a fascinating start, David. And from there, it looks like you realized that there are other skills that you need to have, and then quickly leadership roles, right? Moved into leadership roles. So hopefully some of that wisdom will help our audience today here as well. And so with your interest in drums and drumming, David, hopefully now more of drumming going on at home, since most of us are locked at home, for a lot of times. And I believe you also are passionate in learning new languages. And I'm assuming you're not talking about programming languages here, but human languages. So I myself, I'm a very keen learner of languages, speak about 9 proficiently, but would love to catch up with you on those before. So we have an interesting topic here, and it almost is very guilty of me to bring at this topic at this time, where I'm sure hunger pangs are hitting people. But I think it's going to be a fascinating insight into what happens when any of us orders that favorite big biryani from Meghna or whatever popular joint that people love, and that gets delivered to home, right? So from a data science, and what's the digital journey of the biryani? So please take us through that journey. I'm sure it's going to be fascinating. So over to you. I'll stop sharing now.
Let me just share my screen.
Yep.
Can you see the screen?
Good.
Okay, perfect. So firstly, good evening, everyone. I must apologize for my looks. By the way, I don't look like my photograph. So I've gone through the 2x2 matrix of long hair, clean shave, long hair, long beard. I also, for a short moment, had my haircut with the beard, and now I have no hair and no beard. Okay, so that's my. So each of the lockdowns has had a different look. Hopefully, I'll get back to my original self. Thanks for the nice introduction.
But we are talking to David Zackham,
Yeah,
not the other persona. Yeah.
Not my younger brother, that's for sure. So let's get started. Okay, so just in case you didn't know, Swiggy, it's India's largest food delivery platform. You may not be aware, but we are present in 500 plus cities, able to deliver food from all these cities in an average time of 32 minutes, which is the fastest across the industry. provide employment to more than 2 lakh active delivery partners, and we're continuing to do that despite the downturn because of COVID as well. Partner with nearly 2 lakh restaurant partners as well, huge number of restaurants on the platform. And obviously we have millions of customers and giving us a lot of good business. So that's a little bit about Swiggy to start off with. So now I know it's it's again tough time. I'm stopping you from your biryani. Let me assure you that the only thing better than this presentation might be that biryani you order after this. So please do order. So let's say I'm hungry on a Saturday night, right? I just go to my app, maybe put a filter for biryani, and a bunch of biryanis come. Purists, I don't know if you like if you like Meghna biryani, but technically it does sell quite a lot. So let's say you go buy a Meghna biryani and it kind of comes home after some time. That's what we see normally. What I want to do today is just go inside into the algorithms. There are certain questions we do not ask when this thing happens. First is, for example, I live close to Electronic City, and the nearest Meghna is 10 kilometers from here. How is it that I'm able to still order biryani and it comes really hot, right? First question. Second question is, there are hundreds of restaurants at any point of time. So how does Swiggy show me the best restaurant most suited for myself at any point of time? Third is, how do we ensure that pricing is right? Can we do can we be a little bit more analytical about the pricing? And fourth is, how do you ensure the food comes on time also? Okay, so these are, if you look at it, 4 parts of the journey that I want to talk a little bit about. Since we don't have much time, I'll just give you a quick glimpse of some of the algorithms that work inside how we do this. Specifically, first is understanding consumer needs and fulfilling the gaps that they have. So how do we do that? That's one question. Second is, how do you personalize the restaurant screen so that the restaurants that you like come more to the top. 3 is, how do we ensure the right pricing for the customer and the right profitability for the restaurant as well, using some kind of food intelligence. Okay, and how do we do on-time deliveries using not too much money spent on our delivery partners. Okay, those are the 4 things that I want to talk a little bit about. I also want it to be, I don't know, we can't talk to each other, but I just want to keep it interactive as well. So I have certain questions. You think of the answer, and I will show you the answer maybe in 15 seconds or so. Okay. So the first question is, which country has the most restaurants per capita? Okay. And where would India be in that list? Okay, just think of what questions. Okay, I can actually see some answers coming on. Okay, USA, India, Italy. You are looking at the wrong part of the globe, I would say. Okay, China's a good answer, by the way. I'll just show you the answer. Okay. Japan has the most number of restaurants per 10,000 people, and US is quite good, but it has about 25 per 10,000 people. So if you look at India, we have very few restaurants, and just the city of Shanghai has 3 lakh restaurants. And if you saw my previous slide, all of India has 2 lakh restaurants. Okay, so that's the difference in number of restaurants we have in India. So what that leads to is, if you open your app, especially at times like breakfast when you don't have enough options, in a place like Koramangala and Bangalore, you get all the best brands. You have Adyar Anand Bhavan, Adigas, Chai Point, all of these really good brands are available. Whereas if you look at a place like Yelahanka, I know friends who live in Yelahanka, and they'll be like, yeah, we don't get really good food. Okay. Again, here are certain questions that I want to ask you before I jump into the answers. There are places in India where the best restaurants are not available. For example, if you live where I live, right? I live in Kudlu, which is close to Electronic City. literally very few good restaurants here, although the population density is quite high and a lot of affluent people also live here. Swiggy can actually build a kitchen right near you and get the best brands from the rest of the city to come here. So now the question is, how do we choose which location is the most suitable to start a kitchen? Okay, that's question number one, which is where do you start a kitchen? Question number two is, how do you identify what is the right cuisine that that particular area needs? Okay, and question number three is, what is the perfect brand to bring to that particular location? Okay, so I'll ask the first question. If you can, you can type it on chat or just wherever, you can just think about it also. So how do you figure out where to start a new cloud kitchen? Okay, that's the first question. Think a little bit about it. So one of you is taking demand. Actually, demand means that the order has been fulfilled. So if the order has been fulfilled, then it means it's already there, it's being met. Okay. There are a lot of good answers coming, which is, one is, for example, what is the population density of an area? Actually, it's not just population density. It's so R. Nair has got a good one, which is how many restaurants are there per affluent person who's living there. Okay, that's one. Second thing is, for example, how many orders are people making per capita? So for every 10,000 people, how many orders do they have? Okay. A bunch of you also talked about other ways of demand, which is things like people are opening the app, but they're not buying it. Okay, or the overall conversion rate. So there's a lot of traffic coming into the app, but people are not buying enough from there. Okay, so all of these things actually give us indications that I'll tell you two other things. Like, for example, if there are a lot of orders which are coming from far away, long distance orders, right? That's another signal that we get that, hey, in this area we don't have enough restaurants. Okay. So these are ways that we figure out how to. So what are the places where there are a lot of gaps, and then you can actually do a clustering of these and identify what's the best place to start a kitchen. Okay. So second question I'll ask you. Actually, most of you got this fairly quickly, by the way. How do you decide which cuisine is the best one for that particular kitchen? Let's say we've said that, hey, Electronic City needs a kitchen. So now how do you figure out which cuisine is needed in that area? Okay. So a couple of good answers here. One is based on previous orders. Okay. The thing is, if people are ordering a lot of a particular cuisine in a given area, most probably that means that that cuisine demand is being met. Okay. We are talking about unmet demand, which is, how do I figure out what is the order which was supposed to be there, but it was not there because I don't have restaurants delivery. Okay. One good answer that has come up is searches for a particular cuisine. So when something is not available, you can actually go and search for it. So let's say I'm searching for Chinese food, or in this case, biryani or whatever, right? Then I know that in that particular area, the cuisine is missing. So I can do that. So people are talking about demographics. We operate at a very hyper local level. So demographics, even at a country level or a city level, are a little difficult to get. Specifically at hyper local level, it's really tough to get the demographics. Okay. So demographics we don't use so much. We don't do survey results also because surveys are very expensive as well. So the good answer that I got was searches. Okay. The actual thing that we use is a concept I'm sure all of us are familiar with. So let's say I want to look for a good biryani, right? I search for biryani, and I see the results that come up. If I'm very, very happy with the results that have come up or the brands that have come up, right, I can actually click and say, buy it, go to the menu, add things to cart and buy it. But what happens when the results are not very good is I do this back and forth, which is I go to a menu, see the things there, maybe I don't like it, I come back. Go to the menu again, see the things there, come back. So this back and forth of menus, okay? So think of it as number of menus you do per cart that you create, okay? So you can call it the menu to cart ratio. So number of menus for every cart you create. The higher the number of menus required to create a cart, it means that the cuisine there is not very good. So you can look at the menu to cart at a cuisine level across different small parts of the city and specifically point out which cuisine is missing in which part of the city. Okay, so that's one of the things we do, which is the menu to cart ratio. Okay. The other thing we use is people generally searching for cuisines. So, and there also this concept called null searches, which is, let's say I search for the corner house near my area. So there's no corner house nearby, and it'll give me results similar to corner house. But then I know that corner house was something that people had searched for. So maybe dessert or ice creams is something that this particular area needs. So that's another way of finding out how to do specifically the identification of the cuisines. Okay, so with that in mind, now we've identified the location based on all the demand-based proxies that we have. We got our cuisine based on the other signals we have. So now the next question is, what is the best brand? Okay, choosing the best brand actually is very difficult. So the easiest thing that people would actually say is, hey, why don't we just look at ratings? Okay, ratings and reviews. Okay, the reviews, for example, are a little bit biased because if your order is delayed or if there's a little bit of spillage, the rating goes down. And it's kind of biased based on the experience, which is not related to the order itself. So then we also said, hey, let's just go to our competitors, right? Just get it from the competition. So if you go to some of the other sites which are specifically for reviews, what you see there is some of the reviews there are also biased because of things like the service was good or bad, the preparation time in the restaurant was good or bad, the cleanliness of the restaurant when you're sitting there is good or bad. Okay, those kind of things are also affecting the reviews. So for a moment, if you assume that reviews are not a good way to judge a restaurant, okay, so the question again is, what are the other ways of judging what a good restaurant is? Secret shopper is an answer that I've seen that actually biases because of the shopper itself. Okay. Okay, Ravishankar has got a good one. He says repeat orders. If I like a restaurant, I actually repeat a lot from that particular restaurant. Good point there. Okay, Bhanu is saying the same thing, which is if the food is good, people will continue ordering. How busy the restaurants are usually. Yeah, most of the answers that I'm getting that are valued are those which are saying, hey, if I like a restaurant, I'll buy a lot from the restaurant. Okay, so one very important thing is obviously the order share of that restaurant. For example, if I order a lot from Meghna Biryani, that means I like Meghna Biryani. Okay, what are the other signs of customer love that are there? Okay, so I'll just give some examples of customer love that we have. First is if you love a restaurant, you probably don't look at other options. So maybe you search for Meghna Biryani, click on it, buy it immediately. Okay, so that's one way of showing customer love. The second way of showing customer love is, for example, if you have a special occasion. So when my parents visit, I don't buy from a normal place. I buy from a special place. Okay. So if Beijing Bites is my regular Chinese food place, I can actually go to mainland China if my parents are there. So now in my mind, the premium nature of mainland China means that for special occasions, I go there. So the places that I go to for special occasions are the things that I like more. Other signs of customer love are, let's say I go to a new city. Okay. New city, first order I place on a certain restaurant. That means that certain restaurant has some kind of fame in that area. Okay. There are signs of customer love which can actually use and use to determine what it is. Okay. So now the solution of how we did it, right? We figured out a framework for discovering the cuisine gaps, which I mentioned, which is the understanding of the back and forth on the menus. That's one major symbol that we use. Brand selection model is based on customer love that we have. And then there is the location identification model based on all the signals of customer demand that we get. Okay. So typically you would kind of, on the bottom right is a Chennai thing. You will find all the pockets of demand that you have across the city. And then you can actually identify the centroid of these points or a point which you can, by humans, determine what it is one by one. And there, that is where you locate your restaurants. Okay. The other thing for rating of a brand is, if you look at this graph on the left, top left, on the x-axis we have percentage of the brand's order coming due to signs of customer love. Customer love, as I mentioned earlier, were things like, hey, buying it on the first menu visit, searching for those brands, things like that. Time spent on the app is very less, special occasions, those kind of things. And on the left hand, on the y-axis is the amount of sales that they actually make. So if you look at this biryani ranking for Hyderabad, right? Top right, you'll see Paradise Biryani, so which has good customer love and very good sales. So basically the symbol is that Paradise seems to be a good biryani in Hyderabad. I know there are a lot of lovers and haters of Paradise Biryani, but that's one of the most loved as per what the data says. Okay. Top left is the place where that place is doing a lot of sales, but it's not very loved. So Pista House, for example, is one that comes there. If people who live in Hyderabad, Pista House is actually a very, very famous brand, but they're more of a bakery or a halim place than biryani place. Okay, that's why for the biryani cuisine itself, the love is not very high for Pista House. Okay, on the bottom right, you have Swagat Residency or Sitara, where the love is very high, but the sales are not very high. So what that means is these are potential future growth brands, and these are places where Swiggy could actually invest a lot in. Okay, so that's how we identify the location, the cuisine, and the brand that we can get, and then we can actually set up the kitchen and get the brand. So when we started the electronic city kitchen of Swiggy, a huge chunk, like 30-40% of all the orders in electronic cities were coming from one kitchen, and that's the success we are seeing in these places, because as I said earlier, we don't have enough restaurants. Okay, so what we're able to do now is we create this best-in-class restaurants out of cloud kitchens to do this demand supply the gap is being met, and in case we have supply gaps where there is no current player in that field, we can actually create our own private brands. So some of them are really, really famous, the Bowl Company and Homely, which are owned by Swiggy, and no other player used to play in this space when we launched them. Now there are also other companies which do the same thing, but these are gaps that we identified that we could fix later on. Okay. So just going under the hood, right? The key takeaway that I want to share with you is many times the strategic decisions, despite being very, very analytics driven, requires us to understand the domain of the food space very, very well. Okay. So that's one of the first things that I want to share with you. Okay. Second thing, how many updates did Google make to its search algorithm in 2018? Okay. As long as you get order of magnitude right, that's fine. the correct answer in this case is about 3,000 updates. Okay. So about on an average 9 per day are actually updates that Google made to its algorithm. Okay. Why did I say that? Do you want to know what is the best biryani as per your location? Okay. So one of the things we do there is how do you personalize um, the list of restaurants that comes to the customers. Okay. Page ranking cookies. We actually have full customer purchase data from everybody in the city and the customers purchase data as well. So we don't have to. We already have the intelligence that we need to fix it. Okay. I want to take a lot of questions later on, so I'll just go to what we're doing. Okay. First, what we do is you can just think of 4 things that we do. First is non-personalized way. Let's say 2 things. First is if a restaurant is doing a lot of volume of sales, obviously it needs to come up. Okay. So one is volume based. Second is just rating itself. The better the rating, the higher it should go. Obviously, things that are loved will go up. Then the next 2 will be very, very person specific. For example, one is at both the brand level and a cuisine level. Brand like Omegina Biryani, cuisine like biryani itself. The more share of the wallet I spend on a particular brand, the higher that brand will come up. So if you would have noticed that at a specific dinner or lunch slot, if you ordered a lot from a particular brand, that one comes right to the top on the Swiggy screen. So that's one kind of personalization. Second kind of personalization we use is similar restaurant. Let's say Corner House is not available in my area. Can I find places similar to Corner House and show them? Fully well knowing that, let's say dessert is my preferred cuisine in this case. Okay. So those are the 4 things that we use: sales, ratings, share of wallet, and similar restaurants. Okay. That's again a very, very rudimentary way of doing it. And yes, we do segregate across lunch and dinner. So we have 5 slots: one breakfast, lunch, snacks, dinner, and late night. Okay. And the view is customized for every slot for every customer. That's how we do it. So if you look at it on the left, it's basically, you don't have to look at the formulas. They are quite complicated. Basically what it says is the higher the share of wallet you have to a certain brand, the better, the higher it shows up. But that's one of the early ways of doing it. What I also want to talk about is we moved away from formula-based things to more of a machine learning-based things. So we have a gradient-boosted decision tree that's also coming up, along with a way of measuring the quality of rating. I don't know if you know NDCG, normalized discounted cumulative gain. That's what Google uses for its search results. A combination of both of those is what we are using now. So if you can see the yellow line, it actually shows much better performance compared to the blue line, which is the one I just explained. So yellow one has many variables. And on the Y side also, we actually have, instead of just maximizing conversion, we can now have a multi-objective function, which is to maximize conversion, you maximize maybe size of the order, you maximize that or minimize the time required to deliver it, or maybe the cost of delivery also is reduced. So you can have multiple objectives and have this function as the function which is used for ranking. What we've actually done is, first we had just the relevance kind of thing, then we did all this gradient boosting and things like that. At any point of time, we probably have 6 or 7 different versions of the listing model, and not all of us are seeing the same version all the time. We rigorously do a lot of A/B testing of every new model before scaling it, and some cities behave in a different way. So some cities have different kind of model, and other cities have a different kind of model. So what we do, the key learning from this section would be that ML is good, relevance kind of rating is also very good. There are different approaches to it. What we do is, at any point of time, we are running several experiments on the listing logic, and After the experiment, we find out issues in it, and once we fix it, that's when we scale it out. So the key learning is build, experiment, implement, iterate, and that's the only way to move forward. Okay. Next question. This is very interesting. I'm fairly confident most of you will not get it correct. Okay. So how many dishes are listed on Swiggy? I'll just wait for a few seconds for answers. Okay. Okay, 15,000, 10,000, 100, 30,000, 90,000. Okay, 1 lakh. It's like an auction. It's increasing. I heard 250,000. I heard. Okay, 10 lakh is the highest I've seen. Okay, so I'll show you the actual number. Okay, the actual number is 2.5 crores. Huge number of dishes listed. So now if you want to find out. So the problem that, and a crore of them are active every day. So reason for such a big number is not because the unique dishes are very high. So I don't know if you guys have heard of this thing called Chicken Dominator. Okay, if you've not bought it, you don't know what it is. Okay, so it's a Domino's chicken pizza. So chicken pizza, I'm sure is it's a fairly common item. Lots of restaurants will have it. But Domino's has named it as the Chicken Dominator, or the Meghna has named their biryani as the Meghna Special Chicken Biryani. So now the use of the word Meghna and the use of the word special has made it unique. Now, how does a special biryani differ from a not so special biryani is something that that from a data perspective we are not aware of, and that's why we have 1 crore dishes active at any point of the time. Okay, so now the challenge here is how do we use some kind of intelligence to compete with how do we use intelligence to give recommendations to restaurant on what the pricing should be. Okay, the solution was really tough for us. So what we did was we had to go and use a bunch of food related experts and create what is we are calling as food intelligence, which is think of a hierarchy of all kinds of food items. You have, let's say, main course, starter, dessert, blah blah blah. In main course you have let's say rice, gravy, roti, blah blah blah. In rice you have biryani, pulao, blah blah blah. In biryani you have chicken, mutton, veg, blah blah. And then in chicken biryani you have let's say so those are the kind of things you have. Then what you can do is we used a lot of artificial intelligence to actually say which of these dishes maps to which of the items on the food tree. So then using that particular food intelligence graph that we have, we are able to map our 2.5 crore items onto specific things. So now when somebody says Chicken Dominator, I know that it's a chicken pizza, and because it's a chicken pizza, I can actually go and I can go and figure out what are the other similar chicken pizzas in case this one is not available. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking at some of the comments also. Okay, so I'll just proceed with this. So that is a very tough task to do. And once you do that right, what we're able to do is do a few things. First, for example, there are items which are acquisition drivers. Okay. So for example, I don't know if you realize this, but if you go to a new restaurant, you won't order a new dish. You will order a dish that you're familiar with. Let's say you want to order for the first time from the bowl company, you probably order Rajma Chawal because Rajma Chawal is something that people are very familiar with. Okay. Or let's say chicken tikka, which is it's a standard dish across restaurants. If you go to a new restaurant, you probably order something which you're familiar with. Or if you go to a new dish, you probably order it from a familiar restaurant. Okay, so there are acquisition drivers, which are dishes which will which new people are buying. Then there are retention drivers, which are dishes that the regular customer keep buying over and over again. And then there are attrition drivers, which are dishes that people eat before they never come back again. Okay, so just that intelligence can help us figure out what are the things that you can price low. For example, acquisition drivers can be priced low because you want new people to come and buy it. So Rajma Chawal can be priced low, and the the attrition drivers, the dishes which people eat before the drop off, are the dishes which you can remove from the menu, saying, hey, I don't want people to have a bad experience. Just cut the dish and not have it. Then the retention drivers, you have a choice. You can keep the price low and have a lot of people buy it, or you can keep the price high, because if people anyway like it, they can buy it also. So those kind of things we've done. Then we've done things which are, hey, dish X from my restaurant, how does it compare to all of the competing restaurants in the area? So you can take like a chicken tikka and compare it with all the other chicken tikkas in the area, and you know how you're priced compared to everybody else in the area. That combined with what your brand positioning is, you can actually make a call of, hey, do I want my chicken tikka to be more expensive, less expensive compared to my competition? And it's a choice that restaurants can make. But what we can do is we can give that recommendations to the restaurants on what is the price that a chicken tikka could have. Okay, this is just a quick example of some places. So if you look at this is just a random restaurant, right? If you look at something like a chicken wings, a lot of people are buying it as an acquisition thing. So which means you want to price chicken wings cheaply, and then more people will buy it and they become your customers. Okay. If you look at this one, nachos with cheese, this is something that a lot of the existing customers are buying, which means that this is something that you want to maybe slightly increase the price of, or you watch how people are buying it. Okay. These two ones, the burgers seem to be not doing very well because the churn score is very high, especially the veg burger. So these are candidates where you can actually remove and still do all right on this. Okay. On the left hand side, based on how many what's the price of the item and what's the repeat rate of the item, you can identify different kinds of items in the menu itself, and then optimize the menu or the price of those items. Okay, so these ones are in initial experiment stages, and we've seen really good encouraging results, both in terms of conversion, which is how many people are buying it, and actually there's a item called cold start of new outlets, which you can actually help when a new restaurant is onboarded. How do you ensure that the naming of the menu items is good enough so that people can start buying from there? Okay, so that's also something where we've looked at this. Okay, key takeaway from here is if you're going into a new domain, you want to ensure that solutions that are there, you need to reimagine the solution. You might have to create a new thing like this food intelligence graph that I was talking about from scratch, and reimagine things. So that's the key learning from there. I will take a quick 2-3 minutes for my last item, and then we can go to Q&A. Okay. How long are you willing to wait for your food? Okay. By the way, if you order now, by the time we are done, you'll get your food. Okay, I'll give you the answer. Most people feel very upset after 60 minutes. Okay. Let me see if any of you got the answer. 10 minutes. So the numbers I'm seeing in the chat are much lesser than what I'm saying. So this is based on data. What we're seeing is anything more than 40-50 minutes, 40 minutes, people start getting a little upset. But 60 minutes is a thing where they all are very upset, because if you look at it, you're hungry and you ordered, and if it's delayed, you get very upset. Just FYI, anything which is taking longer than 5 days in an online world will probably drop the cart. Okay, based on that, the thing is, how do I reduce waste in the system while still delivering on time? So for example, if I just give this example, when the moment you place your order, this is the top left thing, it goes to the restaurant and the restaurant starts preparing your food. Okay. And parallelly, we look for a delivery executive. The delivery executive accepts the order and travels the first mile to the restaurant. At the restaurant, they wait for some time because the food is taking a little longer to prepare. And once the food is prepared and the person is at the restaurant, you can pick it up and go to the customer location. So that's the whole thing of how our order cycle works. So now if you look at it, this segment, the wait time at the restaurant, is is pure wastage. The reason is when the driver is waiting at the restaurant, he's paid lesser than actually when he's traveling. So they don't want to wait so much. And from a Swiggy perspective, if that person was not in the restaurant, they could have been delivering other orders. Okay. And at the end of the day, customer is somehow directly or indirectly paying for the time of the driver, and hence any wait time from the customer perspective is also extra cost that they're paying. So the question was, how do you reduce the wait time at the restaurant? The answer that we gave was, we actually found a very sophisticated machine learning model. What it does is, depending on the items that you order, depending on the time of the day and day of the week, depending on how much stress the restaurant is under, stress meaning how many orders it's processing, depending on things like the size of the order that you have, more orders meaning more items today. If you order 10 tandoori chicken, it takes more time than ordering one tandoori chicken. Okay, things like that. Based on that, we actually estimate how much, how long it's going to take to prepare your food. Once we know how long it's going to take to prepare your food, you can actually delay the delay the assignment of the driver, so that just enough so that by the time they reach the restaurant, the food is just prepared. Or maybe instead of waiting for 10 minutes, you reduce it to like 1 or 2 minutes wait. Okay, and then freshly pick up the food and deliver it hot to the customer. That's a very sophisticated machine learning we built, a machine learning algorithm that we built, which predicts how long the food is going to take. When we started building it, one of the things that we needed to do was to capture the data correctly. We had to incentivize the restaurants to actually press a button which says, "Hey, my food is ready." And without pressing of that button, we were finding it very, very difficult, because we knew when the driver was reaching the restaurant, we knew when they were picking it up. So in the case of when the driver is waiting for the food, that kind of works properly. But then if the food is waiting for the driver, which means if the food is prepared early, then that data we were not able to capture. So all the models are really bad. So what we had to do was, we had to go backwards and start just with getting good data. So the restaurant now was incentivized to press that button which says food is ready. Using that, we made the model better and better. And today, actually, because of COVID, we are reusing that exact same model for actually a different purpose. So you know that how long the food is going to take. So I know the approximate wait time at the restaurant. I also know the number of orders that the restaurant has. So the number of delivery executives who are, in quotes, hanging around at the restaurant. Okay. So one of the things we're doing during COVID is to ensure that the drivers actually don't crowd at the restaurant. Because we know how long the food is going to take, we can actually deliberately delay the drivers going there, so that crowding at the restaurant is not there. So this model, we kind of rejigged it. Now it is being used to reduce the crowding at the restaurant as well. Okay, so that the person goes, food is ready, just pick it up and walk away from there. And the risk of transmission is much reduced, because you're not talking to people, there is no crowding there. That's an example of how we used just-in-time or prep time prediction to actually reduce the delivery partner wait time by a significant amount, and ensure that any late arrival of the delivery partner actually had no impact on the customers also. Okay. Key learning from here is building intelligence, machine learning is all very cool, but it has to fundamentally start with collecting accurate data, because without accurate data, you don't have accurate predictions, and then things go bad. Okay. Just summarizing it, if you are trying to do strategic decisions, you have to be well versed in the domain. Experimentation is the only way to improve things, and new businesses need solutions to be reimagined, including building new things. And building intelligence starts by collecting accurate data. Okay. There's a lot of publications that we do, by the way. Many of the things that I've talked about are actually available at bytes.swiggy.com. You can just go to bytes.swiggy.com. I've given some examples here. You can go to bytes.swiggy.com and read all of these examples in much detail and technically if you want as well. Okay. Thank you. I will stop for questions if you want.
Wow, David, that was pretty intense. I was hoping to see some pictures of biryani, but looks like no, that was incredible. Thank you so much. I think what is fascinating to me was, while many of them were fascinating, what I absolutely did not expect, I'm sure a lot of people here as well, is throttling the driver space, using a lot of machine learning so that they don't crowd near that restaurant. I think that's amazing. So there are a few questions that are coming up, and we will spend some time on those. So one of the things is, I'm sure there are lots of attributes that go into these models, and you need to decide what attributes matter and what don't, right? Now, it's a very broad question, but how do you even decide what analytics attributes are worth collecting from the product?
That's a tough question. Okay, so we have to. Here's what we do.
One slice of it, and maybe.
Yeah. So here's what we typically do at the beginning when you're building a product. For example, this is a tiny button called veg non-veg. Okay, you click on the veg button and it only shows you veg items. Okay, just for that feature, we imagine all the future questions we could ask on that specific button. Okay, and for all the future questions, what is all the information that we need to answer those future questions? And based on the information that we need to collect the information at the beginning itself when you're building the feature itself. Okay, let's say we want to do pick up and drop off of packages. So when we're building that feature, we imagine all the future questions that we ask, we are going to ask, and start collecting the data. Okay.
And does this happen in the conjunction of product managers sitting along with?
Absolutely. See, the analyst and the product managers work together and identify a bunch of questions. So once we have the questions, we go and say, analytics says, what is the data needed to answer these questions? Once we have the data that is needed, both of us, the product and the analytics team, goes back to engineering and say, hey, I need you to send me this data. Okay. So once they're building the feature or beta testing it, our data platform team, which is the team which manages the data pipes and stuff like that, they verify that we're getting the right information. And if the information is not coming, we cannot launch the feature. We don't launch the feature unless the instrumentation and the data is done properly. Because at Swiggy, data is a competitive differentiator. And unless we collect the data, we can't do this. Okay, that's first part of the answer. Second is also, we have tons of data. Okay, like billions of data points are captured every day. Okay, every day. It also is a lot of art on behalf of the data scientist or the analyst to figure out which of these billions of data points in what kind of aggregation and transformation can go into my ML. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a separate point. Again, you can just talk about feature engineering. You Google it on, and you'll find a lot of information there.
So you keep collecting the data points, and especially you want to make sure that you have the data for those attributes before you even start talking or thinking about a feature.
Yeah.
Right. Unless.
Before we launch it, we need to have the data.
Excellent. Okay. Good. So fun question. I think if dynamic pricing goes wrong, right, or biryani gets sold, let's say for 0 rupees. Inadvertently due to some algorithmic goof up or some promo codes or whatever, whom do you hold responsible for? Is it
firstly, we don't do dynamic pricing. So one of the core attributes of Swiggy is the price is the same for everybody.
Okay.
That said, there are certain parts which are dynamic. For example, the amount of discount you get depends on who's paying us and things like that. There are some special coupons that you can get. There are like surge fees that you pay. The different cities have different kind of surges and things like that. We do get them wrong once in a while. Okay. Swiggy is very, very, I would say, consumer centric that way. So we have consumers who are drivers, consumers who are people who order the food, and consumers who are restaurants. And all of them are partners for us. So we kind of take the blame on ourselves a lot, unless we can prove that it was done by fraud by somebody else, right? So we kind of take the blame ourselves if something goes wrong. Okay. There's one time when a cred coupon, which is supposed to be for one use for one person, was leaked, and everybody could use it infinite. Okay. So a bunch of people started using it in an hour. We had a bunch of
orders going on.
Orders. We also have internal alerts when something like that happens.
Yeah, yeah.
The moment the alert is fired, we can actually stop the order. But in an hour, a lot of people made the coupons. So
Sure.
we lost some money there. But yeah, those kind of things have reduced quite a bit nowadays ever since we set up the alerting that we have. Yeah.
So Rohit from Experience Flow is asking, how do you bring, do you use any of these techniques, data science, to bring customers from competitors' platforms, or even attract people who have never used any food app? I mean, apart from the standard customer acquisition techniques.
So I will not give you a full answer to that, okay? Because it is a competitive differentiator.
Yes.
So we have models which actually say when a session comes into Swiggy, okay, so you launch the app, we are actually able to tell how good that particular session is going to be as a future customer. Okay, the moment you install the app and you open it, we can tell you, we can tell how good of a future customer that person is going to be right there. Okay, so because we are aware of it, we are doing things. Okay, and the other thing is, because of COVID, many people have become dormant customers, both for Swiggy as well as Zomato. So we are working on ways that once they come out of dormancy, okay, that's a good time to switch platforms. Okay, so how can we use that as an opportunity to get them to switch platforms? That's something we are working on as well, but I can't give you more details.
Excellent. No, that's fair enough. So there are quite a few questions, David, and I think, I'd request you, when you find some time on the LinkedIn thread, just, probably you would want to respond. I just want to acknowledge a few names here: Chandramouli, Ashwati, Arun Kumar, Vishal Madan, Banu. So quite a few interesting ones. Of course, some of them are quite relevant to our conversation, which we couldn't pick. But really, thank you and appreciate you for taking the time and giving us this insights. Truly, I never expected, and I'm sure many of our audience also did not expect the kind of tech that you are putting into these things, right?
Yeah, so, I must say, these are 4 things I showed. Literally, I can show you hundreds of them.
I'm pretty sure. I'm quite sure.
For hours, if you want. Yeah.
Yes, and this is a fascinating area these days.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks a lot. And I just want to, before you quickly go, I want to announce the best question goes to Rohit, who asked that question, which you also kind of, half answered, which rightly so, by the way. Folks on the audience, just take a moment to scan this and give us about 30-second feedback, video testimonial. Tell us what you liked about the session and what you could see improve so we can make it better. That's always helpful. And thank you, David. Here is our virtual electronic certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
And we are working on setting up a blockchain system to get to issue this on a blockchain.
Thank you so much.
It looks like everything needs to go either into machine learning or blockchain. And thanks a lot. And
thanks for having me.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And folks, we have one last session. I know it's Saturday, first of all, and Saturday evening, that too. And you just had a session on biryani. So if you are going to stick around, and I encourage you all to do it, we have an amazing session and also a special gift for those of you who are there. I want to show that gift before I tell you how to get that at the end of it. So we have a very interesting panel discussion upcoming on data skills, customer skills, business skills. But before that, here is there is several of you have asked since yesterday about where can I find these videos, how can I access them? Oh, but is there a way for me to get into specific part of the video just because I'm interested in that, right? So IPL is actually going to make a learning platform available for its e-learning program subscribers, right? So this is a deep learning stuff that's going on, and NLPs and video indexing and all of that. But for all of you, you will get a preview access, an exclusive access of all the content and the amazing sessions that have gone. We've had about 15 plus sessions now in data edition alone. So they're all available here. In fact, the platform is so good that, let's say, if you want to look at the sessions on applied data science, right? So all you need to do is the applied data science, and you will see all the topics popping up, right? So, or if you want to see data decisions, and then you will see, this stuff, and you can go click on any of these. And let's say you want to go to one particular, it takes you to the specific section of the video where you can watch that segment, right? And this is heavy indexing that's going on. And so you don't have to, waste your time, watching for, 25 minutes of that video just to get to that, or don't know where it is, right? So there is an index topic wise, chapter wise, and also the slide, titles wise. So a very powerful platform. You can also look at the top topics, about product management, data science, analytics, and based on that, you can see all the sessions that cover that area, right? So stick around, and I'll tell you how to get access to this after this session. So before we get to that, just give us a minute to set it up, and we'll go live pretty quickly. And there's a feedback form right in front of you. Please take, spend about 10 seconds to take that, and it'll help us. Thank you.
Hello everyone, a very warm welcome to the Product Leadership Festival 2020 Data Edition. Thanks a lot for joining us today, and also thanks a lot for staying so late for us. Before we start our last session of the festival, I would like to welcome our host of the evening, Mr. Sai Satish Vedam. Sai is a senior faculty and an executive coach at the Institute of Product Leadership. He was most recently the Director of Product Management at Oracle. Welcome, Sai.
Thank you, Sonal. Good to be back. I still see people hanging around, which is always an encouraging thing. So before we get to last but very interesting topic and panelists that we have, let me spend a few minutes talking about the festival itself for those of you who joined just in the last few minutes of the previous session. Product Leadership Festival is a virtual conference that is running in 3 editions: product, data, and design. We finished product edition about a couple of weeks ago. This is the final day of data edition, and the design edition will be in second week of June. This conference is hosted by Institute of Product Leadership, IPL. And for those of you who are not familiar with IPL, ever since 2012, IPL's singular mission of creating 10,000 product leaders in this country by creating, designing, and delivering programs to help senior working professionals transition and transform their careers into product leadership roles. The Institute works with various organizations, universities, corporates, and designs and delivers these programs for senior working professionals. There are executive MBA programs, and there are digital learning programs as well that is offered as part of IPL. Now, as part of this journey, there is a robust community that got built and is nurtured. And today we saw, some speakers from the community. So this is a very important element for us and for the community, that opportunity to talk to hundreds of people across the country and present the relevant topics as per the theme, right? So this is the first virtual conference, although this conference happens usually annual conference in a large hotel setting, right? And we had about 1,500 plus people joining these sessions, 30 plus CXOs coming and giving actionable insights to all of us. So with that, there is a fun element as you go through this conference. Please scan the QR code and it will take you to a leaderboard, and where you can take a couple of steps and get to the top of the leaderboard. So whoever wins that will get an exclusive 30-minute one-on-one career counseling session with an industry executive, right? Not easy to get by, so make the best use of that opportunity. And just like every other sessions, for this session as well, we have created an exclusive LinkedIn thread, right? So scan that QR code or click on the link that is posted on the chat, which will take you to that LinkedIn thread. And please post those questions in the LinkedIn thread, right? So if you post these questions here on the chat, they get lost to, it's hard to monitor. And also, even after the engagement, even after the discussion, we can request the speakers to go and answer them on the LinkedIn. So it's very important, and I'll ask you to refrain from posting it here, right? With that, I want to introduce today's panelists. We're happy to have folks from different backgrounds with different experiences and different industries, right? So we have I want to welcome, it's a pleasure to welcome Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, if you can turn on your video and then say hi, just to make sure that we can see you. And
Sure.
a quick audio check as well.
Thanks, Sai. Can you see me?
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, we can see you now. So Saurabh works as a general manager of data science at Michelin. Every time I hear Michelin, more than the tires, I remember what comes to my mind is a Michelin star restaurant, right? So I'm sure there's a linkage there, but fascinating that Michelin is actively setting up a data organization, data-driven culture, which you are leading to bring AI transformation in your products, right? More curious now to see how is a tire company thinking about this. I'm sure it's not just a tire company, I'm just kidding, right? But after seeing the last session, what goes on into a biryani, I'm just blown away, right? And
Yep.
now I'm not even questioning that any product can effectively use data science and machine learning, right? But our focus for this discussion is going to be around data skills, customer context, and business context for data science managers, right? I think this is a very important role that is growing in demand, so we'll spend more time on that. Saurabh also holds a master's degree from BITS Pilani and a management degree from Harvard Business School. More importantly, I think so we should all check this out, that he's also a published author. Congratulations on that. I think your most recent book is about practical enterprise and data lake insights, right? So clearly a good book for people who are interested in data engineering and data analytics, I'm sure. So you've written several other books before, but I think this is one of the latest one. I also hear that your favorite hobby is storytelling, and I'm sure either you are practicing this as a craft to convince your stakeholders about investing more in data organization, or vice versa, convincing your daughter to do what you want her to do, right? So either way, storytelling is a very, very interesting and important component, right? Thanks for being here, Saurabh.
Thanks, Sai.
To the questions in a minute, right? So I'd like to next invite Arun Krishnaswamy. So Arun, if you could go on video and say hi so that we can put a name to your face.
Yeah, sure. I hope you can see me.
Yes, we can. If you could get a little better light, that'll be fine. But I think,
Okay,
yeah, if you could lean forward, I think we can see you better, maybe.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes, and thanks for joining so early in the morning from the US, Arun. I truly appreciate you doing this. Arun is a director of data science at Workday. I'm sure many people who work in enterprise software, enterprise technology are very familiar with Workday. Started off with the HCM, human capital management, financial management, and ERP, and pretty much the whole business suite of software, if you will, right? And Arun is focused on building the next generation machine learning program platform for Workday. And I'm sure we're going to hear how you're setting up your team to do this, what is required as part of the team, skills and everything, right? And Arun has also built from the scratch a lot of data, teams, right? At startups, at Visa, at Microsoft, at Yahoo. So very rich experience, setting up and leading teams there. Again, welcome, Arun. I'm a equally great fan, just as you, of Ilaiyaraaja music. So that's something, at least I'm not a machine learning guy. I'm a products guy, but at least we have that in common. So maybe we should share some amazing Tamil songs later, right? So thanks
Sure.
again. Welcome for joining the discussion.
Definitely.
So, and last but not least, as I said, we have diverse panel here, right? One coming from a so-called non-tech company and products, which is Michelin, and we have Workday, which is enterprise B2B, and we have Mutturaj, who has done an amazing job of facilitating the open conference till about a few years ago, back to back. Muthu, you can also turn on your video and say hi to our audience. Muthu comes from the product background, right? So he's a product manager and a product leader at Intuit. Can we do a quick sound check with you, Muthu, to see if you have joined as well?
Yes, hi, good to be back.
Okay, great, awesome.
Yeah.
So you seem to have shifted to a much more serene environment now.
Yeah.
Virtually at least.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. So Muthu was a product manager at SAP. He now is a product leader at Intuit. And for many of you who know Intuit, is an amazing company that creates financial software, accounting software for typically small, medium businesses, predominantly, right? Both, predominant market is in the US, but also in India and other places. So Muthu will bring in the product perspective in our conversation, especially around data science teams, data science management, right? So let's, what I want to do is, as I said, it's Saturday evening. It's people are, I'm sure, exhausted and wanting to get back to their dinner. So what we could do is take a more engagement approach, right? So something that we can, ask the teams or the audience also to participate. So I'm going to start off with, asking a poll, right? So just so all of you know and understand what the sentiment of the audience right now. And some of these polls we've asked earlier in previous days, but I think this is a very relevant one for this context. So kind of put this together just so you get the example of or the sampling of what the audience is. So if you can bring up that poll quickly to see what describes the audience sentiment around the topic today, which is the data science manager itself, right? And we'll see if the responses are any different than the previous day that we launched this, but this should give you a good perspective of what our audience is thinking right now. Now, feel free to debunk this, and I'm going to go to each one of you to give your perspective on these things. But it looks like majority of the folks are saying data science manager is actually product manager with strong data science skills, right? Now that's interesting. Maybe some of you may want to contest that and demystify it. Feel free to do that if you want to. But let me go to Arun and see what he thinks about it quickly.
Sure. So product manager with strong data. I think that's a possible path to data science management. I cannot disagree. So there are many ways to, paths to data science itself is varied, right? You can be an engineer, you can become a data science guy. You can be a statistician, you can become a data science guy, and you can be like, business analyst, can get into data science. So even path to data science itself is like varied. It comes from different areas. So I think the convergence can happen from many different areas. So product manager is also one of the ways. And obviously, I think probably one of the reasons why people think it's important. I'm not a product manager. I come from a stats a computer science, math background into data scientists. So I'm not a great example. Maybe Muthu might be an example, but even in this panel, we have people coming from different backgrounds into the data science. So, and product management definitely it brings in, because a product know-how is super critical for not just a data science manager, for any manager for that perspective. So it is very critical. So to me, I mean, I think.
So you're saying it's one of the paths, not necessarily the path, and yes, there are multiple of them, but it's a critical role that one needs to have. So good one. I think instead of going to that, there are many such polls that we'll bring up, and I'll pick one of you to give your comment. One of the things is let's just take a look at the other poll, which talks about lots of cliches about the title itself, right? When you say data science manager, there are people who say that oh, this is no different than being just another people manager, except that now you're managing data scientists, right, or data teams. So let's just get audience perspective again on which of these are cliches, right, or rather least believable. I think that's a key part here. There are all these cliches, but least believable according to our audience, right? And I'd encourage folks to quickly vote. I see very low voting percentage. And I know it might take a few seconds to read through the answers. So that's okay. Right? If you can get to about 60%, I think we can fairly assume that the audience is engaged, and very well engaged, rather. Good. So what's trending right now is close neck to neck. I think several people seem to say that, look, hey, I've had 10 years experience or 10 years plus experience in engineering, in project management, in program management, whatever it is. It looks like I may have missed the data science manager bus, right? Now, Saurav, what do you think of this notion or this thinking?
Sure, Sai. So I think I'll connect the last question to this particular poll. So data science is a program that a data science manager has to manage. It's an entire ecosystem. It's not, and product is one part of it. When you connect, whatever work you do, you connect, you build machine learning models, and then you connect to the business goals, and then you build the benefit story. So that's a product side of this entire program. And the knowledge on data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, all those good fancy stuff in the market, it's of course a one aspect of this role. But how do you carry that big picture? How do you drive this entire function within an organization? That is something which is the core of this role, the data science manager role. Now, the second poll question was around someone who has 10 years of experience. So it's no biggie. You can of course get into the data science manager role, but the ability to articulate different things, the technology, the machine learning, analytics, and artificial intelligence, plus the business in different terms in whatever forums you are in, that basically defines the data science manager role. You do not have to be hands-on day in, day out. It's not the mandate, but if you are, then it's very good. And in the last session, I was hearing David speaking out on how much of machine learning and AI goes into just selecting a biryani. So that makes me realize that, of course, it's a key essence of this role is, but if you have the ability to articulate that in business terms and connect multiple dots together, platform, data, technology, and analytics, and then product, it's something which is a key demand, key ask for this from this role is.
So you're of the viewpoint that yes, of course, some of the technical skills are required, and I think probably, I don't know if you guys can correct me, that enough working knowledge of the data skills, plus a lot of business context and your customer context is absolutely. So that's a good segue into our conversation, right? So, and I also saw one of the responses that hey, data science seems to be applicable only for technology industry. So would you agree, Saurabh? Because you, coming from, I want to go back to you and get your perspective on that.
Right. So I've been into this field for quite some time, and I've worked with large captive units. Like I started with, in my analytics journey with ABB, and then started with I was with Oracle, and then with GE, and now with Michelin. And these are all non-tech companies. I mean, non-tech in the sense that they are not known for IT and softwares. The technology innovation track is entirely different. But then there is a lot of things that is happening on this side of the world. Because we hold a lot of data. These companies hold a lot of data, and in order to achieve or attain that competitive advantage, we need to make sense of that data. So the focus is not entirely on the domestic product development or commercial products, or say providing these analytical services, but in-house, how we are building these capabilities in order to make that decision-making ability to be smart. How are we empowering our customer-facing and the front-facing frontliners to give them the lever of data plus some additional insights plus some additional intelligence, so that they stay smart, they know what they are doing it, and they do not rely on approximations. End of the day, they have the factful information. And then how do they deal in their business? Day-to-day business is something that is very relevant in the manufacturing industry, and same holds for retail industry. So and if you see in the last session, it was a food intelligence, which is entirely different from what we see of human intelligence or artificial intelligence. How do you induce that intelligence in the food industry is again very important.
So picking up on that, Muthu, to what extent do you believe the subject matter expertise, right? So every industry that we talk about needs somebody to have a deep subject matter understanding, domain understanding, as you call it, right? So if you are in a company that is making products for pharmaceutical industry, you really need to know have a really good understanding and experience of the drug discovery process and the testing process, because you need to identify attributes and variables. So to what extent is that the most important thing when you look for somebody to get into data science manager role, along with some of the technical skills that we talked about?
Right. So from my experience of working with the data scientist folks and the data science management folks, is that there is primarily the three different aspects to the role, which is basically the one aspect is the data understanding or making sense about the data thinking to it. The second one, that would already include your mathematical statistical ability. And the second one is the tool that you can use to, quickly come up with your hypothesis for the data, or even use the tool to actually build the model that the business is looking for. So that is the tool knowledge. And the third one is the domain knowledge, right? So soft skill is part of every role, that is absolutely important. But then if we pick the three key elements, the technical piece to it, and then the data understanding, the data piece to it, and the domain piece to it. So if I have to rank them, I would still say that from my understanding of working with them, it is basically the data piece at the top, the ability to relate to the data and having the data-based thinking stays at the top. Then comes the ability to use technology, because technology is also fast, rapid changing, and you have to keep yourself on top of it. Then comes the domain knowledge, because with domain knowledge, the product managers, the subject matter experts can still...
They're already there.
Exactly. They can still back the data managers with the required understanding that he needs to have to drive him through that path to arrive at the right hypothesis.
So you're saying you don't have to be an SME or domain expert. There should be a domain expert in your...
He need not become an SME in that area. He will need to have a good amount of understanding, but together with the other stakeholders who are designated to do that, he can still be successful in his role.
Great. So Arun, given that you have built several teams from the scratch, especially data teams, what do you think is a good composition, a right composition? So typically you have what? I mean, in a data team, you might have analysts, engineers, data engineers, and data scientists, right? And other roles, and you can explain what those are. But what is the right composition of identifying a really good team?
Okay. The first composition, I will say, instead of composition, I would say kind of skill sets which we are looking for, because it's that I don't, if you call someone as a data engineer, it doesn't necessarily that he does only engineering. I mean, there are a lot of aspects to it. Instead, I'll focus on what are the different skill sets someone needs.
So
At the
just
very
sorry
first,
to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I think we'll definitely need to talk about skill set. What I was bringing in is mostly about the typical titles or roles that people call.
got it.
Right? So
Got it.
from that
Okay.
point of view, let's start from that point of view, and we'll get to the skills part.
Sure, definitely. I think a typical data science, I don't call a differentiate. So I'm like someone who believes in this pod system, where a particular, you take up maybe a use case, business use case, and then multiple people who are working on the pod basically are part of it. Like, so take a particular use case, even in the, the food thing which we saw on Swiggy. So you basically have a data, obviously everything starts and ends with data in data science or anything. So you'll probably have a product person who would actually bring in the use case to you, which basically says, hey, this is the problem, and probably a business person who's actually the stakeholder. The stakeholder starts with, and then you would probably have a data engineer who will build the pipeline into it. And then obviously data scientists or machine learning engineers would actually be the person who would do the implementation of any kind of algorithm and stuff. And then the last, which is very critical, which is super important, which is the most difficult part in data science, is not building these models and stuff, but how do you take this into production? So you'll actually need DevOps, and then tech ops, DevOps and tech ops will work with you. And then the last part of it is the hosting team, which basically glues everything together and takes everything, whatever you do, into production. And over a period of time, I have seen in the journey of data science, data scientists have been like someone who's had been in silos. They work on the separate team and stuff, and then they take it to the DevOps, and then they say, okay, they take it from there and do it. But there are a lot of things which have improved where data scientists themselves can deploy into models, like say modern techniques have come, like SageMaker, Azure. I mean, a lot of tools which have been started coming into the data science world, which removes the dependency on some of these operation stuff. But I still, like a composite team will have all these people. So.
And when you assemble such a team, I think it's very critical for success of these projects. What is the crucial role that the data science manager plays in this setup?
So, I mean, data science manager, obviously, just like any other manager, they are the glue between all the different teams and bringing the teams together and stuff. In other words, data science manager is someone who would have to wear multiple hats depending on what conversation. So you are in a conversation with business people, you have the business hat. You are with the product people, you have the product hat. And then you are with your data scientist, you are a research hat. And then, things like that. So he's this person who basically can converse in the language which is familiar to each and every different parts of the team. So very important role in many ways. And obviously, to me, from a perspective, if you're managing a bunch of data scientists, to me, the number one goal is to be, how do you motivate the team? How do you continuously motivate the team? So one of the, data scientists, it's true with any other team, is that you get bored. You're working on a set of problems, and then
unless you give them the big picture, the business outcomes that they are going to impact with the projects, the work that they are doing.
Absolutely.
Right?
Basically, you need to make sure, motivate the team and say, how are you individually moving the needle for the company? You have to relate everything to the company. That's important.
Yeah, and that is on one side. And by the way, Saurav, you can take what you would do to convince and communicate and keep the business stakeholders going, right? Otherwise, in many companies, leadership teams are still yet to be aware clearly about the timelines that it might take to see the business outcomes using data and data analytics. So you need to keep that evangelism going on, I suppose, right? Is that something that you often do with your leadership teams?
Right. So in my role, and in fact, and that's my experience, that as a data science manager, someone who is leading this team, I'm partnered with the product management. So whatever the business objectives and charters they lay out for the entire year, I work with them to see that how much pace and velocity I need to adopt within my team to address these asks from the business. Then I am the stakeholder for the data platform teams. Although I do have the team members who can, who can very well work with the data engineers, but I define what the requirements of ML operations are. I define what is the end goal of, the AI models have to be consumed. So I'm the stakeholder for one team. I'm partner with different team, and that's how this entire equation works. And what I learned from these two, leaders from platform and from the product management, I relay them to my team so that we have our priorities right.
So you're looking at a product management team as a proxy to the business leadership team, so that they can go and explain the ROI, the progress that is being made, and when the potential outcomes might be, right?
So for the product line, that comes from the product management. In terms of evangelization, we do many innovation programs, and that we evangelize as part of our team. So we also need to take care or keep an eye on how does AI transformation, the levels of AI transformation looks into the company. And that is where the outbound product management comes into picture, that usually the analytics drive. So we do a lot of road shows, we do a lot of, evangelization sessions, and the products that we have built along with the product management team, we take them forward and say that what was the problem statement and how analytics and how this machine learning solve this problem.
Got it.
And just the last point to add, say, so in companies which are very legacy companies and 100 years old organizations like GE and Michelin, the cultural transformation plays a big role. It's not about me coming to the at the role of.
Do you see top-down mandates helping in such organizations?
Yes, it does. So there are, we talk about non-IT and non-software, non-analytics technology taking the first place. But then how do you convince them that analytics can actually beautify your entire solution, can be more smart, can be more intelligent, right? So that's where there's a lot of evangelization that we do. And very recently we have started some of the things around democratization. How do we give them touch and feel experience? How do we build some quick prototype?
I think I'll come to that. We want to touch upon some of those. So just about when I was going to ask some product question, I saw Muthu disappear. I'm glad that you're back, Muthu. So what has been your experience in terms of the upward management, right? Is very important, especially when you're working on data projects. While Arun said that it's crucial that you keep the data team motivated by giving them visibility into the potential business outcomes. What it was your experience in as a product manager managing upwards?
Yeah. So I think the product teams working with the data teams, right? So there is it works both ways. So one is, like as Saurabh mentioned, that when we start to work on a use case, we get this use case to the data science managers, to the data science team, so that they can analyze this. We get the relevant data to them, and they are looking on to whether this data can actually help to build a better solution or make the solution even more powerful, and helping that use case based on what we brought to them, right? So that's one way of working. And the other way is also that they are also actively, the data science teams are also actively looking at the data that the product is producing, because in several organizations, the product is in place for many years already. So the data science teams are also able to individually go dig into this different data sources. Where is the product operation data? Where are the qualitative surveys being stored? Where is the NPS records that we are storing? Feature usage that is there. All these records. They are going also and actively digging out all these sources to look at the reverse way of. They are able to also come up with this is the new innovation that the business can pursue. And that gets into the.
That's very important, because now you have their buy-in.
Exactly.
To some extent, right? So we'll come to the buy-in part, which is important. So Arun was about to mention things around skill sets, right? So before we get to your points of view, I want to take a quick poll from the audience about what do they think in terms of what skill sets are, what are the most critical skills that are necessary, at least from what the audience is thinking here, right? So now, obviously, this is not a whole exhaustive list, but this is what one keeps hearing Anytime you talk about a data science manager role, right? Some of them are technical, and I'd probably go to you to say what is lumped together potentially in that leadership skills. What are the line items, if you will, in that leadership skills that may be required to do that? So clearly, by the way, this is a multiple choice, so you can choose as many as you think are relevant. It's not just one thing. It looks like majority of the folks, not surprising, data analysis and business understanding, both are absolutely critical for this data science. So this is a very, very, I would say, educated audience that we are talking here about, and which I'm glad that we have that audience joining these sessions. So now, Arun, given this, you know, perspective or insight that you got from the audience, are there any other skills that you think are missing here, or would you think that this role might need?
I'm just looking at it. It looks like it covers most of it.
Hmm.
Obviously, business, machine learning, programming. Okay, I think I think I will basically want to separate one of the skills. Also, it could be mixed bag in this is ability to kind of story tell. Like, it's basically, it's very fundamental in the sense, you take these problems and stuff. Like, this is basically goes back to my thing of how do you have multiple ads and talk to these people, right? Like, so you have to actually change the jargon. Like, say, for example, you talk about precision and recall when you're sitting with your data scientist, and then you go to say that use the same jargon with business, you're like you're actually lost them in the first 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
So you need to have this ability to kind of distill very complex things which which your team is doing in order to kind of bring it back and tell them exactly what it is. So in other words, it's basically a data science manager roles, or anyone in leadership role. It's multidimensional. So obviously
it's cross-functional is what we call, right? It's a cross-functional role, and hence you need to learn the vocabulary of the team that you are talking to, and not go with the same vocabulary and language and jargons, as you said.
That's very very important. And then one of the other biggest skill sets would be to very, very important. I think it's very common across, which is important, is to ability to I wouldn't want to say evangelist, but ability to kind of convincingly put forth your requirements and across the board and stuff. So what happens in a typical scenario is that the business comes in, and then they tell, okay, this is the use case, and I have a go-to-market strategy. These are all the things which you want to do. And you need to have a very good understanding of the business, which is very important. And then you also need to understand what are the timeline of your data science team to deliver something, also your operations to deliver something, so that you actually kind of the person who can actually set expectations across the board to make sure that a project is successful. So because business will have, say, I want something in like 2 weeks, and then and they'll basically say, because they are like, hey, I need some solution because my competitor is doing it, their strategy is there. And then you need to basically kind of bring them down or set the expectations, right? Because hey, if you don't even have the data for it, like how do you expect us to solve it, right? And then if you go to operations, and then they say, oh, we don't have any bandwidth to take over like anything new and then like put something in. So there is like all these people, everyone has their different set of expectations, they have their own scrum cycles and doing it. How do you bridge all these things together? I think if you look at it operational wise, I think that's not, I think that's completely missing here, is that one of the biggest skills is to how do you have the acumen to operationalize something? Very, very critical.
That itself is a challenge. And now when you at least more relevant to our audience is how does the talent pool look like to hire right now? Because you all built these teams, you hired people into these roles, and you started yourself in these roles. Today, if you are to hire, do you see there is enough talent pool that you can draw from to this role? I'm not talking about data scientists, we're not talking about data analysts, right? But we're talking about data science manager itself. So Saurabh, what do you say in India, especially? What's the situation like?
Yeah, I think, of course. So I was part of few of the forums where we did some market analysis around what's this what's the take or what's the number of talent pool in India, specifically around the senior data scientist or lead data scientist who have the potential to move into the data science manager. And in 2018, I can quote some numbers. So there were around 60% of the sample size, which was good 500 companies, they responded that there is absolutely scarcity of the data science management role. People don't understand that there's a difference between data analysis and data analytics. Data analysis is a very small portion of entire data analytics. Data analytics encompasses your data management, data architecture, then data science, and how do you put that or scale this AI model to production, right? So, and data analysis, if there is a senior data analyst, is he capable of moving into data science management role or not? But the number in 2019 came down to 40%, which said that people who are making use of the online courses and digital platforms and covering up the learning around data science, machine learning, and AI, and catching up with the platforms.
So there is bridging of that gap going on a little bit.
Yes. Yes.
And this is even more important in India, because I think if you look at it, there is a huge number of people in India traditionally in business analysis roles. And some of them have moved from BA to calling themselves at least as data analysts, right? And some of them are truly, but majority of them. And now, given the skill gap and the talent gap, it's good that these talent creation platforms and institutes are bridging that gap. So you are saying that all is not lost. We are getting more people.
We are getting more people, but just that one may be good in data science skill set and he qualifies to be there at the data science manager, but whether he'll be able to do that storytelling or not, whether he can fit into that business environment or not, or whether he can provide that people leadership skills or analytics leadership skills to the teams or not, right? So that's where I've seen few of the organizations who hire people with the lead data analyst role and incubate them and for some time and make them comfortable in working in that large environments, working along with different teams, and then they slowly move them to the data science manager role. Straight away getting them into it requires a lot of qualifications, considerations around their technical skill sets, and then whether they held the people management, people leadership roles in the past or not.
There's a fascinating information, right? And I just came across that 2 days ago. Veracity needs to be verified, and no offense to any data scientists in the room here, but apparently data science managers are now making 40% more than data scientists. We're not talking about very high-end data scientists, but people who 3-4 years into data science, right? So there is a huge demand and supply gap in data science management. So Arun, when you are looking at this, what strategies are you looking at to hire these people?
Sure. I mean, to me, whether it's data science management, or anything, the first thing to me is passion for doing things with data. Very, very fundamental. I mean, you have to be. I see myself in them in the sense I want a lot of passion about. I want to do something with data and stuff. Data affinity, or whatever you call that, is very, very fundamental to me. And then as far as management is concerned, I come from a company which basically Workday is really, really famous for its lot of the training we do for data science management roles, not just data science management, just management in general. And then we treat management as more like people management to a great extent. To me, you can have the best data scientists in the world, but people management skills are a whole different ball game in itself. Like, so for example, just because a particular data scientist is like awesome, he's great, he's producing he's the most productive person, and then take him and make him a manager, it's like making Tendulkar as a captain, right?
See,
it's the same problem.
I'm laughing because we've gone through this with engineers, right? We've gone through this with software engineers, hardware engineers, where we've taken rock star engineers and made them poor managers, right? And they turn out to be, that's not what they're cut out for, right? And
exactly.
It is unfortunate that is happening in data science again.
Absolutely. So the example I gave was making Tendulkar as the captain, right? Because you take a principal data scientist and make him a manager. His expectations from, see, the thing is that it is a democratic setup, right? When you become a manager, your expectations from everyone in your team should be a democratic way. But if you make a principal data scientist to be the manager, then he's expecting he's to want to be like, he's expecting a principal data science from each and every one person. So that's very important. So people management skills are, to me, at the top of the list for someone to become a data science manager, because a very, very successful manager who has managed teams, not necessarily data science teams, will be much more successful in becoming a data science manager and stuff. Now, having said that, so data affinity first, I mean, to me, high priority. Second would be the people management skills. And the third, which I always believe, which is across, is the ability for someone to say, how do I identify someone? Imagine I have a team of bunch of senior data scientists and then working, and then I need to pick a manager out of them to lead the team. So first is what I look for, how do they rally the team? Even when they work as a senior data scientist and stuff, how great a team player is he? Like, how do they rally the team? How do they bring in together everybody?
More of now in influencing and
exactly.
inspiring the team, which gets into your leadership realm, right?
Exactly. So in other words, very simply, like there is a notion in Workday which is very, very important. Like whenever you think about promotion or changing the role of someone, the first thing they talk about is this person already performing that role in his current role? He might be a senior data scientist or principal data scientist. Is he performing a role of a management? Like, is he bringing the team together? Is he rallying people? Is he, a team player, and all the necessary skills of a management? Is he already exhibiting today? Then, okay, he's a candidate for becoming a manager. So he's already showing signs of leadership. Okay, let him make. So that's the idea.
So which is very similar to, or at least ideally it should have happened even in the other engineering roles, which we kind of mastered it, but now we need to have the data affinity, as you said. The person should really be in that data. Absolutely. So coming to, I think there is a very common discussion that happens, at least I hear, is when you say, how is data science management any different if you're working in product teams? And by the way, Muthu, going to you, if you're working on a consumer product versus a business or an enterprise user product, right? We typically call it as B2C and B2B. In what ways do we think? So before we get to that, you answer that. Let's just take a quick poll from our audience to see what they think about it, right? So, it'll be good to know, see if we keep using these words, B2C, B2B, B2B2C, and all of that. So is there any difference, or, what kind of differences potentially? Folks, come on, we need more voting. I think there's a very low voting percentage. Again, I'm just trying to keep you going here. I know dinner is being served on the table. Kids might be waiting. Just a few more minutes, and I'm sure we'll get to, this conclusion, interesting discussion happening here.
We have been having a long day.
I know. I can totally imagine that, and I truly appreciate folks who've been, joining these sessions. There are people that they've told me that every single day, every single session they've attended, which is just incredible, right? So good. So you see quickly that B2C products allow for. So by the way, it's again a multiple choice. So no one answer is right or wrong here. It's more of an insight that we want to gather from the audience here. Awesome. 63% voted, which means we still have the audience glued and engaged. So thanks to you guys, by the way. Right. Okay. So Muthu, what do you think? Your perspective on this based on what you just saw?
Sure, perfect. So I see the standing one here being the B2C products allowing rapid experimentation. Actually, that is the case for, in general, the difference between the B2B and the B2C area, because in the B2B area, typically we deal with a relatively less number of customers, because each customer is a big unit by themselves, right? Versus in B2C, the way in which we can experiment, there is a lot more, and how we can reach out to the different customers end users is relatively easier, and we can do a lot more experimentation. And that is a reflection of the voting that we are seeing here as well. Versus if I specifically come on to the data elements, when a data science model is being built, for me as a company, let's say if we are building a product for B2C versus a B2B product, for example, Swiggy. So Swiggy is, Swiggy's customers are directly doing transaction in the app, and hence the AI behind the biryani order, all that we saw in the last session as well. It's actually one model that is sitting behind that product, which is learning continuously. Whereas, let's say, assume me as SAP, and me shipping a product to a customer. Right, my customers are actually doing transactions with their customers. Right, so there the model that you are shipping is completely different. Fundamentally, architecture level, this whole thing is
that's
a
a
completely
very important difference.
Exactly. So in this case, the model itself will become a multi-tenant model, as we call. So there is multiple instances of the model. So for each customer, it is a different transaction. And even more, the added complexity comes in. For example, the data itself could differ in each of these customers. That means exactly the model goes and learns differently in each of these customer companies, and hence taking a different decision for a company A versus company B.
I think that's the fundamental difference.
Exactly.
While people talk about volume of data, disparity of data, all of that is true. But I think fundamentally what you're saying is, in many cases, not all cases again, many cases, if you are a customer is a business who has another customer, right?
Exactly.
Then these models are going to collect different attributes, data, are also going to behave differently or make decisions different.
Right.
Awesome. So, but then, isn't that going to make the job of the data team or even a product management team more complicated in convincing your management and getting their buy-in in doing these multiple ways to address the customers? How is that? I'm just asking, is that easy or difficult?
So what happens is, while the data is going to differ and the companies are different, etc., right? But we are still talking about one industry, one domain. So in this case, in the B2B example that I was saying, so the similarity here is that all of those customers belong to a certain industry, doing certain type of transactions. Hence, I'm able to do that ML pipeline. When I'm doing my product, I can have that base pipeline that talks about, this is the sequence, these are the data that I'm looking forward to learn. But then how it learns and what it learns is going to differ on the field. Hence, there are operational challenges. But then when it comes to the business case itself, when I look at the domain or the industry, I can still make a business case and convince my stakeholders, for example.
Awesome. So Saurabh, so now I'll just move into some of the audience questions that are coming in. And I think, so Sonal Chauhan from HCL is asking, what is the scope of data science manager role in India? Do you see that growing? And is that even a role if somebody doesn't want to move into people management?
Of course, yes, it's a role. So I'll just throw some numbers again on the potential of data science market in India. So a few weeks back, there was a survey report from Praxis Business School, and the potential of data science and analytics in India is, the market cap is $30 billion. And out of $30 billion, $27 billion is just for the services, while $3 billion is on the product development.
Wow.
So when you talk about services, right? So there is someone who has to maneuver the entire team, the balance, and front face those discussions. So of course, there's a lot of opportunity in that space. Specifically talking about data science management role, someone who can understand data science and gamuts of machine learning and AI, and then translate that into a business relevant language. And when you're working in partnership with the product management teams, then how do you explore the possibility of analytics play? So of course there's a scope, there's a lot of scope, but it all depends on whether we have that right mix of data science skills in that. And as Arun mentioned and Muthu also mentioned, it's very clear that we need to have that ability to tell the stories, and explain the magic. The AI should not be a black
will
box.
never go away, whatever you come from, right? Especially when you are in interfacing role with multiple stakeholders, this becomes absolutely critical.
And we need to understand we are all in the business of data. So AI is nothing more just the business of data, right? The way we explain it, and the sophistication, if we are able to explain, it becomes very simple. And
as Arun said, in the vocabulary, in the language of the person, the team that you're talking to. Awesome. So Surajay D is asking, and this is to you, Arun, is how do you judge or test the candidates by their skills in the process of recruitment? I'm sure you have some hiring strategies, and while you articulated that data affinity, people management, those are things that you're looking for. Are there any more specific clues that you can give? Maybe Surajay wants to join Workday, so hopefully.
Sure, definitely. So I mean, obviously, I think it's specific to a data science manager. I believe that's the role we are talking about, and I already articulated data and other things, right? So other thing which I pretty much always look for is in their past projects, what is their contribution towards any project? Like again, like the team component comes to very big one. To me, I believe a team player is like someone already slated for success in a management role. So I want to basically figure out their enthusiasm about a project and what is their role and how do they, I mean, they might not have been in management before, but they are like already performing at that level, not just necessarily within Workday, even outside. So that is one of the, that criteria doesn't go away. I still look for that kind of a team player kind of, so I want them to be, and then I also wanted to see one of the skill sets. Usually what I do is, hey, tell me about a project you're talking about. And I want them to know, like they might have played a very small part, or like they might have been the person who actually built the model. But I wanted them to tell me exactly end to end how the story begins and how that ends. Like where the business case starts. How
so you do look for an end-to-end understanding of a
the life cycle. They could have you worked on a project to basically do, say, churn prediction, for example, right? I'm expecting them to understand the end-to-end story of it. Like the business comes and says, hey, I want to understand how my advertisers are churning, and then what is the data. So they have to understand the business problem. They have to explain me the business problem and how they converted the business problem into a data problem, and then how they converted the data problem into a data solution, which means all the algorithm. And once it becomes a business solution, how do they make it into a business data solution? How do they make it into a business solution?
Super.
And how do they end up into a product? So that story,
I think that's a very prescriptive, very clear way of how to approach this. Now, so we are really on the top of the hour. I think this is super useful discussion. Thank you all for doing this. I'm sure there are lots of people who have benefited. I've learned a lot, but before you go away, just a few things. The best question today goes to, for this session particularly, goes to Sonal Chauhan from HCL, which you guys answered that question. Again, folks, take a moment and scan the QR code. Give us a 30-second video feedback, right? And it's very useful, very important to make this even better, right? To what did we do right, and what could we do better, right? So 2 things, if you can say, that's more than useful. And thank you again, Arun, for joining. This is our virtual certificate of appreciation to you.
Thank you.
You will get this quickly via email or digital form. Next time when you're in India, ping us, and we will be happy to host you on a physical conference. Saurabh, thank you so much for taking your time and providing your viewpoints and insights into this. And with that, again, I really appreciate you guys taking time. Arun, especially early morning, I'm sure today is a Saturday, so you get some time to take off, I suppose. Now, as I promised, I wanted to show folks about and show and give access to one of the amazing learning platform that IPL has built. Is not yet ready, is not yet available for our e-learning subscribers, but for the audience that have joined today, for all the sessions that you joined, all the videos are available here, not just clicking on video, but it saves incredible time where you can go and start searching applied whatever the topic that you want to know, and that particular video, not just the video, but that particular location within that video, right? So it's pretty useful. Go ahead. And how do you get access to? Very simple. The link for this particular tool now must be available on the chat box. All you need to do is copy that or click that and go ahead. And it's a very limited period offer, free, completely free. So go ahead and share the link as well to your friends. All the 15 sessions that happen in data are available, are going, except today's sessions that'll come up tomorrow morning. Go ahead and start accessing it, right? So you can click on the top topics and all the videos will surface wherever those phrases were uttered, wherever those topics were covered. So this is a totally new way of experiencing content and learning. Right, with that, again, thank you so much for being with us in the last 4 days, and especially late evenings in India. Truly appreciate it. I hope this conference has been useful for you, and do give us a shout out wherever you see and feedback. Right, thank you all. Good night and stay safe. We'll see you again.
Thanks, Sai. Thank you.
Thanks, Sai.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sai, and thank you everyone for joining us today. Good night.